Are you brave enough to venture into the darkest corners of the wilderness, where shadows dance and unseen eyes watch from the treeline? Tonight, we delve into the chilling reality of camping gone wrong. Forget peaceful nights under the stars, because these are 10 true disturbing camping and the deep woods bad decisions horror stories that will make you think twice before venturing off the grid. Prepare for tales of isolation, dread, and the terrifying unknown lurking just beyond the campfire light. Get ready to be disturbed. Subscribe and turn on notifications if you dare. My name is James Miller, and if there's one thing I find more therapeutic than a cold beer on a Friday night, it's the quiet solitude of the deep woods. For years, the hum of city life had been a constant companion, a low thrumming anxiety that settled deep in my bones. So every chance I got, I'd pack my gear and head for the mountains. This time, I'd chosen the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. I'd heard whispers about its dense woodlands and the way the ancient trees seemed to touch the sky, creating a canopy so thick that sunlight barely kissed the forest floor. It sounded like the perfect antidote to my overstimulated mind. The decision to go solo was deliberate. While I enjoy the company of friends, there's a certain clarity that comes with being alone in nature. It's a chance to disconnect from the noise, both external and internal, and just be. This trip felt particularly necessary. Work had been relentless, deadlines looming like storm clouds, and the constant ping of emails had frayed my nerves. I needed a reset, a chance to breathe air that hadn't been recycled through office vents, and to hear sounds other than car horns and sirens. The idea of spending a few days surrounded by nothing but trees, the murmur of a stream, and the rustling of leaves was incredibly appealing. I wasn't looking for some grand adventure, just a peaceful retreat to recharge, and maybe, if I was lucky, rediscover a bit of myself that felt lost in the daily grind. The drive to the forest was scenic, the winding mountain roads offering glimpses of the vast wilderness that awaited. As I pulled into the trailhead parking lot, the air immediately felt different, cooler, crisper, and carrying the unmistakable scent of pine and damp earth. Towering trees, mostly hardwoods interspersed with fragrant pines, formed a natural gateway to the trails. The sheer density of the forest was striking. It felt like stepping into another world, a green cathedral where the only light came in filtered shafts through the leaves far above. The sounds of civilization faded quickly as I started down the path, replaced by the gentle symphony of the woods, the chirping of unseen birds, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and the soft crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves. My pack, a trusty Osprey, felt familiar on my back. I'd made sure to pack all the essentials: a lightweight tent, a warm sleeping bag, a compact cooking stove, water filter, and enough food for 3 days. I even had a small first aid kit and a satellite communicator, just in case, though I hoped I wouldn't need either. I've always been meticulous about preparation. Out here, self-reliance isn't just a preference, it's a necessity. I checked my map and compass, a habit ingrained from years of hiking, even though the trail seemed well marked. There's a comfort in knowing where you are, especially when you're venturing deeper into the wilderness. The first few hours of the hike were exactly what I'd hoped for. The trail wound through the dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking vistas of rolling, tree-covered hills. Sunlight dappled the path, creating an ethereal glow. I stopped frequently to take in the scenery, the silence broken only by the sounds of nature. It was easy to lose myself in the rhythm of walking, my thoughts slowing down, the anxieties of the city beginning to fade. I even spotted a few deer grazing peacefully in a small clearing, their sudden alertness reminding me that I was a visitor in their domain. As the afternoon wore on, the forest seemed to grow quieter, the shadows lengthening. The air became cooler, carrying a hint of something else, something earthy and slightly damp, different from the fresh pine scent of earlier. I reached my planned campsite, a small, secluded clearing beside a gently flowing stream. Setting up camp was a familiar routine, and soon my tent was pitched, and I had a pot of water boiling for a late lunch. As I sat by the stream, eating and listening to the water gurgle over the rocks, a profound sense of peace settled over me. This was it, the escape I'd been craving. Later, as dusk began to paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, I built a small fire, the crackling flames casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. The forest sounds changed again as night approached, the hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, and the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush. I felt a sense of contentment, a primal connection to the wilderness. But as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon and the darkness deepened, a subtle shift occurred. The familiar sounds of the forest seemed to take on a different quality. A twig snapped in the distance, but it sounded too loud, too deliberate. The wind whispered through the trees, but it almost sounded like a sigh. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just my imagination, the solitude playing tricks on my mind. Yet, a prickle of unease began to creep up my spine. It was a feeling I couldn't quite shake, a sense that in the deepening darkness, I might not be as alone as I thought. The comforting silence of the woods had begun to feel different, like it was holding its breath. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The darkness outside my tent felt thick and impenetrable, a void filled with unseen eyes. My imagination, usually a source of creativity, turned against me, conjuring shadowy figures lurking just beyond the thin nylon walls. I kept telling myself it was just the woods, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. But the feeling persisted, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. Around midnight, I was finally drifting into a fitful sleep when I was jolted awake by a sound unlike any I'd heard before. It was a low, guttural moan, almost like an animal in distress, but deeper, more resonant. It seemed to come from somewhere beyond the stream, further into the woods. My heart pounded in my chest. I strained my ears, listening intently. The sound didn't repeat, leaving me in a state of heightened alertness, my senses on edge. Was it a bear, a coyote, or something else entirely? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I fumbled for my headlamp, its beam cutting a weak swath through the darkness. I scanned the surrounding trees but saw nothing. After a few tense minutes, the silence returned, broken only by the chirping of crickets. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe injured, but the sound had felt wrong. Unnatural. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the forest breathe around me. The wind picked up slightly, causing the branches overhead to sway and creak, their shadows dancing on the tent fabric like grotesque figures. Each gust seemed to carry whispers, indistinct murmurs that I couldn't quite decipher. Was it just the wind playing tricks on my ears? Or was there something else out there? The feeling of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes were boring into my tent from every direction. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky a pale gray, I finally managed to drift back to sleep. But my rest was short-lived. I awoke to a strange scratching sound coming from just outside my tent. It was a persistent, rhythmic scraping, like fingernails dragging across rough bark. I sat bolt upright, my hand instinctively reaching for the small knife I kept beside my sleeping bag. What was it? A raccoon trying to get into my food? I held my breath, listening. The scratching continued, circling my tent closer now. It sent a wave of pure, primal fear through me. Cautiously, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. The early morning light was still dim, casting long, distorted shadows. I saw nothing at first. Then my eyes caught something on the ground just a few feet away. It was a series of strange markings in the dirt, long, parallel lines that looked like they had been etched with something sharp. They circled my tent, an unbroken ring of bizarre symbols. I'd seen animal tracks before: deer, squirrels, even bear, but these were different. These weren't tracks, they were deliberate markings like some kind of message or warning. My blood ran cold. What had made these, and why? I quickly got dressed and scrambled out of the tent, my eyes scanning the surrounding woods. Everything looked normal, the trees standing silent and still in the morning mist. But the markings in the dirt told a different story. They spoke of something unseen, something that had been close to me in the night, something that had left its mark. I decided to break camp immediately. The sense of peace I had felt the previous day was gone, replaced by an overwhelming feeling of unease and a desperate need to get out of these woods. I packed my gear quickly, my hands shaking slightly. As I took down my tent, I noticed something else, a small, intricately woven figure hanging from a low, lying branch near my campsite. It was made of twigs and grass, bound together with what looked like strands of dark hair. It was crude, almost childlike, but it sent a fresh wave of dread through me. It felt like some kind of effigy. I didn't stop to examine it further. I just wanted to leave. I stuffed the last of my gear into my pack and started back down the trail, my pace quick and urgent. The woods that had seemed so welcoming the day before now felt menacing, the trees like silent, watchful sentinels. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. The hike back felt longer and more arduous than the hike in. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. The moaning sound, the scratching, the strange markings, the woven figure, it all pointed to something beyond the ordinary, something I couldn't explain. Was it just my imagination running wild, fueled by the solitude and the darkness? Or had I encountered something truly sinister in the whispering pines of Pisgah National Forest? By the time I reached the parking lot, the sun was fully up, casting a bright light on the familiar world. The sight of my car was a welcome relief, a symbol of safety and escape. I threw my pack in the back and didn't hesitate to get in and start the engine. As I drove away, I glanced back at the dense wall of trees, a shiver still running down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been a trespasser in a place where I wasn't welcome, and that something in those woods had taken notice. And I had a terrifying feeling that whatever it was, our encounter wasn't over. The rearview mirror showed the receding tree line, a solid wall of green that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles white. Even with the windows up and the air conditioning blasting, I could still feel a phantom chill, a lingering sense of being watched. The logical part of my brain kept trying to find rational explanations for everything that had happened: an injured animal, a curious raccoon, some natural markings in the soil, maybe even another hiker playing a prank. But the feeling of dread was persistent, a cold knot in my gut that refused to dissolve. Back home, the familiar comforts of my apartment felt alien. The sounds of the city, once a source of anxiety, now seemed like a reassuring hum of normalcy. I couldn't shake the images from the forest, the strange symbols, the woven figure, the feeling of unseen eyes in the darkness. Sleep was a fitful affair, filled with unsettling dreams of shadowy figures and whispers in the wind. The next day, I tried to return to my routine, to the demands of work that had driven me to seek solace in the woods in the first place. But my focus was shattered, my mind constantly drifting back to the unsettling events of the trip. I found myself researching Pisgah National Forest online, looking for any mention of strange occurrences, local legends, anything that might shed light on what I had experienced. I stumbled upon forums where hikers shared their stories, and while most recounted peaceful retreats and encounters with wildlife, there were a few threads that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Tales of unexplained sounds, strange sightings, and an unsettling feeling of being watched, all echoing my own experience here 50 feet. One story in particular caught my attention. A hiker described finding similar markings etched in the ground around their campsite, accompanied by small hand-woven figures hanging from trees. They had dismissed it as local folklore or some kind of harmless prank, but the details were eerily similar to what I had encountered. The comments on the thread were divided, some offering rational explanations, others sharing their own unsettling experiences in the same area of the forest. It was enough to keep me up at night, the line between my own experience and the realm of local legend blurring in my mind. Days turned into weeks, and the vividness of the experience began to fade, replaced by a dull ache of unease. I tried to tell myself it was just stress, an overactive imagination fueled by too much time alone in the wilderness at 1822 heat. But every now and then, something would trigger a fresh wave of anxiety, the snap of a twig outside my window, the hoot of an owl in the distance, a fleeting shadow in my peripheral vision. Then, a few weeks later, I received a package in the mail. It was a small, unmarked box. I hadn't ordered anything recently, and a sense of foreboding washed over me as I picked it up. It was surprisingly light. Hesitantly, I opened it. Inside, nestled in a bed of dried leaves, was a small, intricately woven figure, identical to the one I had found hanging from the tree in Pisgah National Forest. My blood ran cold. How had this gotten here? Who had sent it? A wave of paranoia washed over me. Was I being watched? Was whatever I had encountered in the woods now following me? I examined the figure closely, my hands trembling slightly. It was made of twigs and grass, bound together with strands of dark hair. The crude, almost childlike quality of it was what made it so unsettling, so personal. It felt like a message, a reminder. I called the police, my voice shaking as I tried to explain the situation. They took a report, but without any concrete evidence of a crime, there wasn't much they could do. I felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. I was on my own with this, whatever this was. I started looking over my apartment, checking the locks, peering out the windows at every unfamiliar sound. Sleep became a luxury I could rarely afford. Every creak of the building, every passing car, sent my heart racing. I felt like I was trapped in a horror movie, the unseen entity slowly closing in. One evening, as I was scrolling through my photos from the camping trip, I noticed something I had missed before. In the background of one of the pictures I had taken of my campsite, partially obscured by a tree, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, its features indistinct in the shadows. It could have been a trick of the light, a strange formation of branches. But the longer I looked at it, the more it seemed to resemble a person standing silently among the trees, watching me 26 feet 8 hay. A wave of nausea washed over me. I zoomed in on the photo, my fingers hovering over the screen. The figure remained blurry, just a suggestion of a human form. But the feeling of dread intensified, solidifying into a terrifying certainty. I hadn't been alone in those woods. And now, it seemed I wasn't alone in my apartment either. I don't know what it is, or what it wants. But the arrival of the woven figure has made one thing terrifyingly clear: my peaceful retreat into the solitude of the whispering pines had awakened something. And whatever it was, it had followed me home. The woods hadn't just been holding their breath, they had been watching. And now so was something else. The silence in my apartment is no longer comforting. It's filled with the unspoken threat of something lurking just out of sight, a constant reminder that the horror of Pisgah National Forest might have just begun. Call me Chloe. It's not my given name, but it's the moniker my readers know me by. My online persona, Wanderlust Chloe, is built on a foundation of slightly reckless curiosity and a deep fascination with the forgotten corners of the world. I'm a travel blogger, but not the kind who lounges on pristine beaches or sips overpriced cocktails in trendy European cafes. My domain is the dust-choked backroads, the crumbling ruins whispering tales of bygone eras, and the places that most people actively avoid. I specialize in off-the-beaten-path adventures, the kind that leave you with a healthy dose of awe and maybe just a little bit of unease. My latest obsession, the subject of my most recent blog series, was the Canadian prairies. Now, I know what you might be thinking. The prairies. What's so exciting about endless fields of wheat and big empty skies? And you'd be right, in a way. There's a certain stark beauty to the vastness, a quiet solitude that can be both calming and unsettling. But what truly drew me in were the whispers, the local legends, the stories of towns that boomed with life a century ago and now stood silent, skeletal reminders of dreams both realized and abandoned. Ghost towns. That's where the real stories lie. For weeks, I pored over old maps and local history archives and the often embellished anecdotes shared on obscure online forums. My focus settled on a place called Blackwood Creek. It wasn't even a blip on most modern maps. A few grainy photographs hinted at a once thriving community, a weathered clapboard church, a grand, albeit decaying, hotel with boarded-up windows and rows of empty houses staring out at the horizon like vacant eyes. The stories surrounding Blackwood Creek were vague but persistent whispers of a sudden, unexplained exodus in the late 1920s, leaving behind homes fully furnished, shops stocked, and an eerie silence that settled like a shroud. Some spoke of a tragedy, a terrible accident at the local mine that choked the town's lifeblood. Others murmured about a sickness, a silent plague that swept through and left no survivors. And then there were the darker tales, the ones that sent a shiver down your spine even on a warm summer night, stories of strange occurrences, of lights flickering in empty windows, and the faint, mournful sounds carried on the wind. Naturally, I was hooked. This was exactly the kind of story my readers devoured. A real life mystery wrapped in a desolate landscape, promising a glimpse into a forgotten past. My plan was simple: drive out to the last known location of Blackwood Creek, document whatever remained, and try to piece together the truth behind its abandonment. I packed my trusty backpack with the essentials: camera gear, recording equipment, first aid kit, and enough food and water to last me a few days. I also made sure to bring a satellite phone, just in case cell service decided to take an extended vacation in the middle of nowhere. The drive was long and monotonous. The landscape flattened out into an endless expanse of golden wheat fields under a vast, indifferent sky. Hours blurred into each other, marked only by the occasional grain elevator silhouetted against the horizon like a lonely sentinel. I passed through a few small towns, their main streets looking as if they hadn't changed much in 50 years. The locals I spoke to about Blackwood Creek offered vague directions and wary glances. Most claimed to have never heard of it, while a few older folks would simply shake their heads and mutter something about that unlucky place. Their reluctance only fueled my curiosity. Finally, after a full day of driving, I reached the coordinates I had painstakingly researched. There was no signpost, no historical marker, nothing to indicate that a town had once stood here. Just an overgrown dirt track leading off the main highway, disappearing into a sea of tall grass and wildflowers. This had to be it. My heart pounded with a mixture of excitement and a prickle of apprehension. I turned onto the track, the tires of my SUV crunching over loose gravel. The further I drove, the more the landscape seemed to swallow me. The wheat fields gave way to scrubland dotted with gnarled bushes and the occasional lone tree, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes by years of relentless prairie winds. The silence here was profound, broken only by the chirping of unseen insects and the distant call of a crow. It was a silence that felt heavy, expectant. After about a mile, the trees began to thicken, forming a sparse, uneven forest. And then, through the gaps in the foliage, I saw it, or rather, what was left of it. Silhouettes against the late afternoon sun, the skeletal outlines of buildings slowly being reclaimed by nature. Blackwood Creek. I parked the SUV on a patch of relatively clear ground at the edge of what appeared to be the main street. The air was still and carried the faint scent of decaying wood and damp earth. As I stepped out of the vehicle, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the trees, causing a chorus of rustling leaves and a low, mournful groan from one of the dilapidated buildings. It sounded almost like a sigh. I took a deep breath, the silence pressing in around me. This was it. The adventure had begun. I grabbed my camera bag and notebook, a sense of anticipation bubbling within me. This ghost town felt different from the pictures I had seen. There was an undeniable atmosphere here, a palpable sense of something. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it wasn't just the stillness of abandonment. There was a weight in the air, an echo of lives lived and abruptly ceased. The first building I approached was the old general store. Its facade was mostly intact, though the paint was peeling and the wooden porch sagged precariously. The front door hung ajar, creaking gently in the breeze. I hesitated for a moment, a flicker of unease dancing in my stomach. This was it, the point of no return. Beyond that doorway lay the secrets of Blackwood Creek. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in shadows, the only light filtering through grimy windows caked with dust and cobwebs. The air was thick with the smell of decay and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet. It was a smell I couldn't quite place, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom. Empty shelves lined the walls, some still bearing the ghostly outlines of where jars and boxes had once sat. A heavy wooden counter stretched across the room, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. Behind it, a rusting cash register stood open, its drawer empty. It was as if someone had simply walked away, leaving everything behind. As I moved further into the store, I noticed something lying on the floor beneath a collapsed section of shelving. It was a child's toy, a small wooden horse with one of its painted eyes missing. It lay there amidst the breeze, a poignant reminder of the lives that had once filled this place. I knelt down and carefully picked it up, the smooth, worn wood cool in my hand. Who had owned this? What had happened to them? A sudden sound from the back of the store made me jump. A faint scraping noise, like something being dragged across the floor. My heart pounded in my chest. I stood up slowly, my eyes scanning the shadows. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The silence that followed was even more unnerving than the sound itself. I told myself it was probably just the wind, or maybe a small animal that had made its home in the abandoned building. But a knot of fear was tightening in my gut. This place, it didn't feel abandoned. It felt occupied. And I had the distinct, unsettling feeling that I wasn't alone in Blackwood Creek. The silence that followed my hesitant call was thick and heavy, punctuated only by the frantic thump of my own heart. I strained my ears, trying to discern any further sounds from the back of the store. There was nothing, just the unsettling stillness of a long-abandoned place. I told myself it was my imagination running wild, fueled by the atmosphere and the creepy stories I'd read. But the image of the small wooden horse in my hand, a silent testament to a vanished childhood, lingered in my mind, making it hard to dismiss the scraping sound entirely. Slowly, cautiously, I began to move towards the back of the store. The floorboards groaned under my weight, each step echoing in the silence like a warning. The air grew colder as I ventured deeper, the shadows becoming more dense. I passed through what looked like a storage area with more empty shelves and a few rusted metal barrels lying on their sides. The metallic smell was stronger here, tinged with a damp, earthy odor. Then I saw it, a dark stain on the wooden floor, near a back door that was slightly ajar. It was large and irregularly shaped, and even in the dim light, I could tell it was old. Very old. My breath caught in my throat. It looked like blood. My mind raced. Had something violent happened here? Was this the source of the town's sudden disappearance? The stories I had read suddenly seemed less like folklore and more like chilling possibilities. I pushed the back door open further and peered outside. It led to a small, overgrown yard littered with broken glass and discarded objects. A rusted swing set stood motionless in the center, its chains squeaking softly in the breeze. The silence here was just as oppressive as inside the store. I stepped out into the yard, my senses on high alert. The ground was uneven, covered in weeds and tall grass. The back of the store looked even more dilapidated than the front, with missing clapboards and broken windows. I walked around the perimeter, my eyes scanning for any sign of life, any clue to the mystery of Blackwood Creek. That's when I saw it. Partially hidden beneath a tangle of weeds near the back wall was a small, leather-bound book. It looked ancient, its cover cracked and faded. I carefully pulled it free from the undergrowth. It was surprisingly lightweight, and as I brushed away the dirt, I could see faint lettering embossed on the front, Elias Thorne Journal. A thrill shot through me. This had to be something significant. Elias Thorne, the name sounded familiar. I vaguely remembered seeing it mentioned in one of the local history articles I had read. He was supposedly the town's doctor, the one who had served Blackwood Creek in its heyday. My hands trembled as I opened the journal. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the ink faded in places. The handwriting was elegant but spidery, the words flowing across the page in a neat, almost frantic script. The first few entries were mundane, detailing the everyday life of a small town doctor treating coughs and colds, delivering babies, and lamenting the harsh prairie winters. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone began to shift. The entries became shorter, more fragmented. There were mentions of strange ailments, of a creeping sickness that seemed to defy all known cures. A fever that burns but leaves the skin cold. One entry read, a weakness that steals the breath but leaves the lungs clear. My heart pounded in my chest as I continued to read. The entries grew increasingly desperate, filled with fear and confusion. Dr. Thorne wrote of sleepless nights, of strange occurrences in the town, of whispers in the dark. He mentioned the mine, the lifeblood of Blackwood Creek, and spoke of accidents of unsettling discoveries made deep underground. Then the handwriting changed. It became erratic, almost illegible. The last few entries were just barely decipherable scrawls filled with paranoia and terror. They're watching, one entry read. They know. The darkness is coming. The final entry was simply a single word, written in large, shaky letters that filled the entire page, Joan. I closed the journal, my mind reeling. This was it. This was the story of Blackwood Creek. Not a simple abandonment, but something far more sinister. A creeping sickness, strange occurrences, and a darkness that ultimately consumed the entire town. And Dr. Thorne, his last entry sent a chill down my spine. Joan. Had he meant the town was gone, or had he meant something else? The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the deserted town. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the yard, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded mournful, carried on the wind like a sigh of despair. I decided to explore some of the other buildings before darkness fell completely. I made my way to what looked like the old schoolhouse, its windows long since shattered, the wooden frame warped and weathered. Inside, desks lay overturned, their surfaces covered in dust. A single, tattered textbook lay open on the floor, its pages filled with childish handwriting. It was a heartbreaking glimpse into the lives that had been so abruptly interrupted. Next, I visited the church. The front doors were hanging off their hinges, revealing a dark and musty interior. The altar was still there, draped with cobwebs and dust. The air inside felt heavy, oppressive, as if the sorrow of generations lingered within the walls. I could almost hear the faint echoes of hymns and prayers, a ghostly congregation forever trapped in this abandoned sanctuary. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the sky, I found myself standing in front of the grand, decaying hotel. It was the largest and most imposing building in Blackwood Creek, its multiple stories looming over the deserted main street like a silent sentinel. The windows were all boarded up, giving it a blind, forbidding appearance. Despite the growing darkness and the unsettling discoveries I had made, I felt compelled to go inside. This felt like the heart of the mystery, the place where the final act of Blackwood Creek's tragedy had likely played out. I found a side entrance that had been partially pried open and squeezed through the gap. The interior was pitch black, the air thick with the smell of mold and decay. I fumbled for my flashlight and switched it on, the beam cutting a weak swath through the darkness. The lobby was vast and eerily silent. Overturned furniture lay scattered across the dusty floor, and tattered curtains hung from broken windows. A grand staircase led up to the higher floors, disappearing into the inky blackness. It felt like stepping back in time, into a moment frozen in tragedy. As I slowly made my way through the ground floor, exploring the deserted rooms, the dusty dining hall, the empty bar, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows seemed to shift and rhythm my peripheral vision, and every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Then I heard it, a faint sound from upstairs, a soft, rhythmic creaking like someone slowly rocking in a chair. It was barely audible, but in the absolute silence of the hotel, it was unmistakable. My blood ran cold. I stood frozen, my flashlight beam fixed on the staircase. Was it just the wind? Or was there something else up there, something lingering? The creaking sound came again, a little louder this time. And then I heard another sound, a soft, almost childlike humming drifting down from the darkness above. My hand instinctively went to the can of pepper spray in my pocket. This was beyond the stories in Dr. Thorne's journal. This was something real, something present. Taking a deep breath, I started to ascend the stairs, my flashlight beam dancing nervously on the worn wooden steps. The air grew colder with each step, the humming sound becoming clearer, closer. As I reached the landing, I hesitated. The hallway stretched out before me, lined with closed doors. The humming seemed to be coming from the room at the very end. With a mix of fear and morbid curiosity, I slowly approached the door. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible within. The humming was louder now, a sweet but undeniably unsettling melody. I reached out a trembling hand and gently pushed the door open. The room was small and sparsely furnished. A single rocking chair sat in the center, gently swaying back and forth. And in the corner, bathed in the pale moonlight filtering through a grimy window, was a figure. It was small, childlike, and its back was to me. It continued to hum softly, the melody sending a shiver down my spine. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure stopped humming. Slowly, it turned its head, and what I saw in the moonlight made my blood run colder than the prairie wind. The moonlight was weak, filtering through the grime on the window, but it was enough to illuminate the figure's face, or rather what should have been its face. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a pale, featureless mask turned towards me. A silent scream caught in my throat. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. This had to be some trick of the light, some elaborate nightmare my exhausted mind had conjured. But the rocking chair continued its gentle sway, and the figure remained motionless, its blank face fixed in my direction. The humming had stopped, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure in the room. I wanted to run, to turn, flee back down the stairs and out of this cursed hotel, out of Blackwood Creek altogether. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, my body frozen in a terrifying paralysis. Then the figure slowly raised a hand. Its fingers were long and thin, unnaturally so, and its skin had the same pale, waxy texture as its face. The hand pointed towards something on the floor beside the rocking chair. Hesitantly, I followed the gesture with my flashlight beam. Lying on the dusty floor was a small, worn rag doll. Its button eyes stared blankly up at the ceiling, and its stitched smile seemed mocking in the eerie moonlight. As I looked from the doll back to the figure, a sound finally escaped its featureless face. It wasn't a scream or a shout, but a soft, breathy sigh that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was a sound that spoke of immense sadness, of a profound and unending sorrow. And then I understood, the humming, the rocking, it was a child, or at least the semblance of one. A lingering echo of a life cut short, trapped within the walls of this abandoned hotel. The fear didn't dissipate entirely, but it was replaced by a wave of overwhelming sadness, a deep sense of empathy for this spectral child. What had happened here? What tragedy had befallen this town to leave behind such a haunting presence? I took a tentative step into the room. Are you lost?" I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. The figure didn't respond, but its blank face seemed to tilt slightly, as if in acknowledgement. The hand that had pointed to the doll now reached out towards me, its long, thin fingers outstretched. I hesitated for a moment, a primal instinct screaming at me to stay away, but the overwhelming sense of sorrow emanating from the figure outweighed my fear. Slowly, I reached out my own hand. Our fingers brushed, and a jolt of icy coldness shot up my arm. It wasn't a painful sensation, but it was deeply unsettling, as if touching something that existed halfway between this world and another. As our fingers made contact, the image of the doll on the floor sharpened in my mind. I saw it not as a discarded toy, but as something more significant, something connected to the figure before me. Suddenly, a series of fragmented images flashed through my mind, as vivid and real as if I were experiencing them myself. I saw children playing in the streets of a bustling town. I saw laughter and sunshine, the sounds of a community thriving. Then, the images shifted. I saw shadows creeping through the streets, a sense of unease settling over the town. I saw sickness spreading, pale faces and frightened eyes, and then darkness. A sudden, all-encompassing darkness that swallowed everything whole. The images faded as quickly as they had appeared, leaving me breathless and disoriented. I pulled my hand back from the figure, my heart pounding. It was as if I had been given a glimpse into the town's final moments, a silent testament to the tragedy that had befallen Blackwood Creek. The figure remained still, its blank face unchanged. But somehow I felt a connection to it now, a shared understanding of the sorrow that permeated this place. I looked down at the rag doll on the floor. It wasn't just a toy. It was a representation of the lost children of Blackwood Creek, a symbol of their stolen innocence. Slowly, I knelt down and picked up the doll. Its fabric was soft and worn, imbued with a strange sense of sadness. I held it gently in my hands, feeling a wave of compassion wash over me. I looked back at the figure in the rocking chair. Its blank face seemed less menacing now, more forlorn. It was a silent plea for remembrance, a desperate yearning for the stories of Blackwood Creek to be told. "I understand," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. "I'll tell your story. I'll make sure no one forgets what happened here." As I spoke those words, a faint light seemed to flicker around the figure. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but it was there. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. The figure remained in the rocking chair, but the oppressive atmosphere in the room seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of quiet peace. The coldness that had permeated the air had dissipated, and the silence no longer felt menacing, but simply still. I stood up, still holding the rag doll. The fear was gone, replaced by a profound sense of sadness and a heavy responsibility. I had come to Blackwood Creek seeking a spooky story for my blog, but I had found something far more profound, a tragedy etched in the silence of an abandoned town, a silent plea for remembrance from those who had been lost. I knew my blog post about Blackwood Creek would be different from what I had initially planned. It wouldn't just be about crumbling buildings and spooky atmosphere. It would be about the people who had lived here, the lives they had led, and the darkness that had ultimately consumed them. It would be a tribute to their memory, a way to ensure that their story, and the story of the silent child in the rocking chair, would not be forgotten. I turned and walked slowly out of the room, down the creaking stairs, and out of the silent hotel. The moon was higher in the sky now, casting long, silver shadows across the deserted town. I walked through the empty streets, past the darkened houses and the silent church, the rag doll clutched tightly in my hand. As I reached my SUV, I looked back at Blackwood Creek one last time. The town stood silent under the moonlight, a collection of decaying buildings against the vast prairie sky. It no longer felt menacing, but simply sad, a place where time had stopped and where the echoes of the past still lingered in the wind. I got into my car, the engine roaring to life in the stillness of the night. As I drove away, leaving Blackwood Creek behind, I knew that a part of me would always remain there, in that silent town, with the memory of the featureless child in the rocking chair and the weight of their untold story. And I knew that my wanderlust would never be quite the same. The forgotten corners of the world held stories, not just of adventure, but of loss and remembrance, and I would be there to listen, to document, and to make sure those stories were never truly gone. My name is Noah, and for the longest time, the rhythm of my life had become a monotonous drone of deadlines and digital screens. The crisp, The refreshing air of the great outdoors felt like a distant memory, a faded photograph in the cluttered album of my mind. I craved an escape, a digital detox, and a chance to reconnect with something real, something tangible beyond the glowing rectangles that seemed to dictate my every waking moment. That's why I decided on a solo canoe trip down one of the many serpentine rivers snaking through the vast, untamed wilderness of the Northwest Territories. I spent weeks meticulously planning the expedition. I pored over topographical maps, charting potential routes and identifying promising campsites. I consulted with seasoned outdoorsmen, absorbing their wisdom on navigating the unpredictable waterways and respecting the delicate balance of nature. My apartment, usually a testament to my organized chaos as a freelance web designer, transformed into an outdoor gear emporium. Sleeping bags lay unfurled on the floor like giant cocoons, dehydrated food packets were stacked high on the kitchen counter, and waterproof bags bulged with carefully selected provisions. My trusty old Coleman canoe, affectionately nicknamed the Wanderer, sat proudly in my small garage, awaiting its next adventure. There was a certain allure to the solitude of the Northwest Territories. It was a place where the human footprint felt lighter, where nature still held dominion. I imagined days filled with the gentle splash of my paddle against the water, the soaring cries of eagles overhead, and nights spent under a blanket of a million stars, the Milky Way arching across the inky canvas like a celestial river. I envisioned a peaceful communion with nature, a chance to quiet the incessant chatter of my mind and find a sense of inner tranquility. The journey to my chosen starting point was an adventure in itself. A series of flights took me further and further north, the landscape outside the airplane window transforming from patchwork fields to dense forests, and finally to the rugged, breathtaking expanse of the subarctic wilderness. I then boarded a small bush plane, its pontoon skimming across the surface of a remote lake before it taxied to a rocky shore. As the pilot unloaded my gear and with a final wave, disappeared back into the vast sky, a profound sense of isolation washed over me. It wasn't unsettling, not yet. It was the kind of solitude I had craved, a blank slate upon which I could paint my own experience. The river I had chosen was a tributary of a larger system, known for its relatively calm waters and abundant wildlife. The first few days were exactly as I had hoped. The river meandered through pristine forests of spruce and pine, their emerald branches casting dappled shadows on the water. Beavers slapped their tails as I rounded bends, startled by my presence. Once I spotted a moose grazing peacefully on the riverbank, its majestic antlers silhouetted against the rising sun. The air was clean and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. At night, the silence was profound, broken only by the crackling of my campfire and the distant hoot of an owl. The stars were indeed spectacular, a dazzling display of cosmic brilliance that made me feel both insignificant and connected to something infinitely larger than myself. I fell into a comfortable rhythm. Each day began with the preparation of a simple breakfast, followed by the loading of my gear into the canoe. I would then spend hours paddling, the rhythmic motion of my arms and the gentle glide of the canoe becoming almost meditative. I'd stop for lunch on a secluded gravel bar, listening to the murmur of the river as I ate. Evenings were spent setting up camp, gathering firewood, and cooking a hot meal before settling into my sleeping bag, the warmth of the dying embers lulling me to sleep. As the days turned into a week, a subtle shift began to occur. The initial sense of blissful solitude started to morph into something a little more unsettling. The vastness of the wilderness, while initially inspiring, began to feel immense, almost oppressive. The silence, once a welcome respite, now occasionally felt heavy, pregnant with an unspoken presence. I started noticing things, small things at first. A fleeting glimpse of movement in the periphery of my vision that vanished when I turned my head. A strange musky odor that lingered in the air near the water's edge, unlike anything I had smelled before. Once, I found a set of tracks in the mud near my campsite that were unlike any animal I could identify. They were large, almost human-like in their overall shape, but with disproportionately long toes that seemed to end in sharp claws. I dismissed them as some kind of anomaly, perhaps distorted by the mud, but a seed of unease had been planted in my mind. The sounds at night also began to change. The familiar hoots of owls and the rustling of small animals in the underbrush were now sometimes accompanied by other noises. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from deep within the forest, too deep for a bear. A series of sharp, snapping sounds that were too forceful to be breaking twigs. And once I could have sworn I heard a high-pitched, almost chilling shriek that echoed through the trees, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I tried to rationalize these occurrences. My mind, perhaps bored with the monotony of the wilderness, was starting to play tricks on me. The vastness and the silence were amplifying ordinary sounds and shadows, turning them into something more sinister in my imagination. I reminded myself that I was alone in a remote wilderness, and the sounds of nature could sometimes be strange and unfamiliar. However, the feeling of being watched persisted. It was a subtle pressure, a prickling sensation on my skin, as if unseen eyes were constantly observing my every move. I would often catch myself scanning the tree line, my hand instinctively reaching for the sturdy paddle I kept close by. The peace and tranquility I had initially sought were slowly being eroded by a growing sense of apprehension. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I decided to make camp earlier than usual. I had found a small, relatively open clearing on a slight rise overlooking the river. It felt more exposed than the dense forest, but somehow the open space offered a sense of security, a feeling that nothing could approach me unseen. As I was collecting firewood, I noticed something lying partially buried in the leaf litter near the edge of the clearing. It was a bone much larger than any animal bone I had encountered so far. It was thick and heavy, with a strange, almost porous texture. One end was broken and jagged, but the other end was more intact, and it had a distinct, unsettling shape. It resembled a finger bone, but one that was far too large to belong to any human. A wave of nausea washed over me. I dropped the firewood I was carrying and stared at the bone, my heart pounding in my chest. The earlier unease solidified into a cold, hard knot of fear in the pit of my stomach. This was not my imagination. Something was out here. Something big. Something wrong. The shadows in the clearing seemed to deepen and lengthen, and the sounds of the forest took on a more menacing quality. The chirping of crickets suddenly ceased, and the wind seemed to whisper through the trees with an almost malevolent tone. I felt an overwhelming urge to pack up my camp and get back on the river, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this place. But darkness was falling fast, and navigating the river in the dark was too dangerous. I knew I had to stay put for the night. With trembling hands, I quickly finished setting up my tent, double-checking the zippers and securing the rain fly. I brought my paddle inside with me, placing it within easy reach. I even retrieved the small hatchet I used for splitting firewood and placed it beside me in the tent. As darkness enveloped the wilderness, the sounds outside intensified. The guttural growls were closer now, and they were interspersed with other noises, heavy footfalls in the underbrush, the snapping of branches, and that chilling, high-pitched shriek that seemed to pierce the silence like a knife. I lay huddled in my sleeping bag, my senses on high alert, every nerve ending screaming. The thin nylon of the tent felt like no protection at all against whatever was lurking out there in the darkness. My earlier dreams of a peaceful communion with nature had been replaced by a primal fear, the chilling realization that I had stumbled upon something ancient and unknown, something that regarded me not as a fellow inhabitant of this wilderness, but as prey. And as the terrifying sounds drew nearer, I knew that this quiet canoe trip had turned into a nightmare from which I might never wake up. Sleep was an impossibility. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside my tent sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, my ears straining to decipher the symphony of unsettling sounds that surrounded me. The low growls continued, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, like the restless pacing of a predator circling its prey. The heavy footfalls moved through the underbrush with a ponderous weight, each step crunching leaves and breaking branches with alarming force. And then there was that shriek, that blood-curdling, inhuman cry that seemed to claw at the edges of my sanity. I gripped the shaft of my paddle tightly, its smooth, familiar surface offering a small measure of comfort in the face of the unknown terror that lurked just beyond the thin fabric of my tent. My mind raced, trying to categorize the sounds, to find a rational explanation for what I was hearing. Could it be a bear, a pack of wolves? But the growls were too deep, too guttural, and the shrieks nothing I had ever heard in nature sounded remotely like that. The large, clawed tracks and the oversized finger bone I had found earlier flashed through my mind, fueling my growing dread. Suddenly a new sound emerged from the darkness. A heavy thud, followed by a scraping noise against the side of my tent. My heart leaped into my throat. Something was right outside, testing the flimsy barrier between us. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for the inevitable breach. The scraping continued, a slow, deliberate dragging sound that seemed to move along the length of the tent wall. I could almost feel the presence on the other side, an immense, unseen entity sniffing, perhaps, or trying to get a better grip. Panic began to claw at the edges of my composure. I had to do something. I couldn't just lie there, helpless, waiting for whatever it was to tear its way inside. With a surge of adrenaline, I fumbled for my headlamp, switched it on, and in one swift motion, threw open the tent flap and shone the beam of light into the inky blackness. The light cut a weak swath through the darkness, illuminating only the immediate area around my tent. I saw nothing, just the familiar shapes of trees and undergrowth, distorted by the shadows. But the scraping sound had stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence that felt even more menacing than the noise. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to sound assertive. "Is anyone there?" The only response was the whisper of the wind through the trees. Had it been an animal, maybe a curious bear? But the scraping had felt too deliberate, too intelligent. I hesitated for a moment, my mind battling between the primal urge to stay hidden and the need to know what I was facing. Curiosity, perhaps foolishly, won out. I cautiously crawled out of the tent, keeping the beam of my headlamp sweeping across the surrounding area. The clearing was empty. There were no signs of any large animal, no broken branches, no overturned rocks. It was as if whatever had been outside my tent had simply vanished into thin air. I took a tentative step forward, then another, my senses still on high alert. That's when I saw it. In the soft earth just outside the perimeter of my tent, there were tracks. Not the distorted, muddy prints I had seen before. These were clear, distinct, and undeniably terrifying. They were large, at least twice the size of my own footprints. They were vaguely humanoid in shape, with a wide heel and a prominent arch, but the forefoot was disturbingly different. Instead of individual toes, there was a broad, pad-like structure with deep indentations that suggested massive claws, each one easily the length of my fingers. The tracks were fresh, pressed deep into the earth, indicating considerable weight, and they circled my tent. My blood ran cold. This was no bear. This was no wolf. This was something else entirely, something that walked upright and had claws the size of knives. The finger bone I had found earlier suddenly made horrifying sense. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the tracks, a knot of pure terror tightening in my chest. I had to get out of here. I had to get to the river and put distance between myself and whatever had made these prints. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. I scrambled back into my tent, frantically stuffing my sleeping bag and other gear into their respective dry bags. My hands trembled so badly that I could barely fasten the buckles. Every snap of a twig outside sent me flinching. The silence, when it returned, felt heavy and expectant, like the air before a lightning strike. Finally, I had everything packed. I deflated my sleeping pad and rolled it up, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. I grabbed my paddle and the hatchet, my only weapons against whatever lurked in the darkness. With a deep breath, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. The moon had risen, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing. The trees seemed to watch me with silent judgment. I didn't see anything moving, but I could feel its presence, a palpable sense of being watched, a cold dread that seeped into my very bones. I made a dash for my canoe, which I had wisely pulled up onto the shore the evening before. My heart pounded in my ears as I dragged it towards the riverbank, the lightweight aluminum scraping loudly against the gravel. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. As soon as the canoe was in the water, I shoved off, paddling with a frantic energy I didn't know I possessed. The river was dark and swift, moving in the moonlight, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that terrifying presence in the woods. I paddled relentlessly, my muscles burning, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The river twisted and turned, and the banks on either side were a blur of dark shapes. I dared not stop, dared not look back. Every sound, every shadow on the water seemed to hold a potential threat. The moon moved across the sky, and the first hints of dawn began to paint the eastern horizon in pale shades of gray. As the darkness began to recede, a sliver of hope flickered within me. Maybe, just maybe, I had escaped. Maybe whatever it was wouldn't follow me into the open, into the light of day. But then I heard it again. That chilling shriek echoing through the stillness of the early morning air. It sounded closer this time, closer and more insistent. And then a new sound, a rhythmic splashing coming from the woods on the riverbank. Something was running, keeping pace with my canoe, crashing through the undergrowth. My fear returned with renewed intensity. It was still there. It was still following me. I paddled harder, digging my paddle deep into the water, straining every muscle in my body. The canoe sliced through the current, the rhythmic splash of my paddle, the only sound besides the crashing in the woods. Suddenly, the trees on the riverbank parted, and I saw it. It was tall, impossibly tall, easily 7 or 8 feet in height. Its body was lean and muscular, covered in a thick coat of dark, matted fur. Its arms were long and spindly, ending in hands with those massive, clawed fingers. Its legs were powerfully built, propelling it through the undergrowth with incredible speed. But it was the head that truly horrified me. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but elongated and grotesque, with a receding forehead and a snout, like muzzle filled with rows of sharp, pointed teeth. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, predatory yellow light, and they were fixed on me. It let out another of those chilling shrieks, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. It was running alongside the riverbank, keeping pace with my canoe, its yellow eyes never leaving me. I paddled faster, my breath catching in my throat, my heart hammering against my ribs. The creature matched my speed effortlessly, its long strides eating up the ground. It was so close I could almost feel its hot, fetid breath on my face. Then it veered towards the river. With surprising agility for something so large, it plunged into the water, the dark current barely slowing its powerful limbs. My blood turned to ice. It was coming after me. It was no longer content to watch from the shadows. It was entering my domain, the river that had been my sanctuary. I knew with a chilling certainty that I couldn't outrun it. I was trapped in the middle of the river, with a monstrous creature closing in on me. My quiet canoe trip had become a desperate fight for survival against something primal, something terrifying, something that should not exist. And as the creature's glowing yellow eyes drew closer, I knew my time was running out. Panic gave way to a primal surge of adrenaline. I dug my paddle into the water with furious strokes, trying to put distance between my canoe and the creature now churning the water behind me. Its movements were surprisingly fluid and powerful for its size, its long limbs propelling it through the current with alarming speed. The yellow glow of its eyes seemed to intensify as it gained on me. I glanced around frantically, desperately searching for any means of escape. The riverbanks were steep and heavily forested, offering no easy way to get out of the water. The current was strong, pulling me downstream, but the creature was faster. It let out another guttural roar, a sound that echoed across the water, sending a flock of unseen birds into panicked flight from the trees. The sound was raw and untamed, filled with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. I knew I couldn't out-paddle it. My only hope was to somehow evade it, to use the river to my advantage. I steered the canoe sharply towards the left bank, hoping to cut across a shallow area I had noticed earlier. The creature followed, its massive form causing a significant disturbance in the water, sending waves rocking my small canoe. As I approached the shallows, the bottom of the canoe scraped against the rocks. I jumped out, dragging the lightweight vessel with me, hoping the shallower water would slow the creature down. The icy water shocked my system, but I pushed on, pulling the canoe across the rocky bottom. The creature followed, its heavy form now partially submerged, its clawed hands scrabbling against the rocks for purchase. It was clearly not as agile in the shallows as it had been in the deeper water, giving me a slight advantage. I reached the opposite bank, a steep, muddy incline. I scrambled up, pulling the canoe after me, my muscles screaming in protest. Once on solid ground, I didn't stop to rest. I grabbed the canoe and, with a burst of desperate energy, hauled it as far into the woods as I could manage. The creature emerged from the river with a wet, heavy thud shaking its matted fur. It let out a frustrated roar as it saw me dragging the canoe into the dense undergrowth. It started to follow its large form crashing through the trees. I knew I couldn't outrun it in the woods while carrying the canoe. I had to abandon it. With a heavy heart, I dropped the wanderer amongst the trees. It had been my faithful companion, my vessel of escape, but now it was just dead weight. I turned and ran, pushing through the thick underbrush, the creature's heavy footsteps pounding behind me. Thorns tore at my clothes, branches whipped at my face, but I didn't dare slow down. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the terror of what was chasing me propelled me forward. I could hear the creature crashing through the woods, its roars getting closer. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder and saw its hulking form lumbering through the trees, its yellow eyes glowing menacingly. It was gaining on me. Desperation clawed at me. I needed to find shelter, a place to hide. I scanned my surroundings frantically. Up ahead through the trees, I saw a dark opening, a small cave or alcove in the side of a rocky outcrop. It was my only chance. I sprinted towards it, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached the opening and squeezed through, finding myself in a small, damp space. It wasn't much, but it was better than being out in the open. I huddled against the cold, damp rock, trying to catch my breath. The creature's heavy footsteps echoed outside the opening, followed by a series of angry snarls and roars. I could hear it thrashing around in the undergrowth, trying to find a way in. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. Hopefully, it would be too small for the creature to follow. I held my breath, listening intently to the sounds outside. The thrashing continued for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, the sounds began to fade. The heavy footfalls moved away, the roars becoming more distant. Could it be? Had it given up? I waited, every muscle in my body tense, afraid to move. The silence outside was broken only by the chirping of birds, which seemed to have returned now that the immediate threat had passed. After what felt like hours, I cautiously peered out of the opening. The woods were still and silent. There was no sign of the creature. With trembling legs, I crawled out of the alcove. I was scratched, bruised, and exhausted, but alive. For now, I knew I couldn't stay here. The creature might return. I needed to find my way back to civilization to get help. But I had no idea which way to go. I had lost my canoe, my supplies, everything except the clothes on my back and the small hatchet I still held in my hand. I started walking, choosing a direction that seemed to lead away from the river. I moved cautiously, constantly scanning my surroundings, listening for any sign of the creature. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. Days blurred into a nightmarish haze. I walked endlessly through the dense forest, foraging for berries and drinking water from streams. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, and exhaustion weighed heavily on my limbs. The memory of the creature, its glowing yellow eyes and terrifying shriek, haunted my waking hours and my dreams. I eventually stumbled upon an old logging trail. It was overgrown and barely discernible, but it was a sign of human activity. Following it, I eventually reached a small abandoned cabin. It was dilapidated and falling apart, but it offered shelter from the elements. I spent a night huddled inside, too afraid to start a fire, listening to the sounds of the forest outside. Every snap of a twig sent shivers down my spine. I knew the creature was still out there, somewhere. The next morning, I continued following the trail, my hope dwindling with each passing mile. Just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, I heard a sound in the distance, the unmistakable whir of an engine. Weak with relief, I stumbled towards the sound, breaking through the trees and into a small clearing. A logging truck was parked there, and a man in a fluorescent vest was tinkering with the engine. He looked up in surprise as I stumbled into the clearing, my clothes torn, my face scratched and dirty. I could only manage a weak wave before collapsing to my knees. The last thing I remember was the man's concerned face leaning over me, asking, "Are you all right, mister? What happened to you?" I tried to speak, to tell him about the creature, but the words caught in my throat. All that came out was a choked sob. I don't know what happened to the canoe, or if anyone will ever believe my story. The Northwest Territories are vast and wild, and there are things out there that science cannot explain. I was just unlucky enough to encounter one of them. I'm back home now, but I'm not the same. The quiet of the night is no longer peaceful. It's filled with the echoes of guttural roars and chilling shrieks. Every shadow holds a potential monster. I've traded the tranquility of nature for a gnawing, persistent fear. I went into the wilderness seeking connection, but I found something far more primal. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it's still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to wander into its domain. The Northwest Territories will forever hold a terrifying memory for me, a reminder of the day I encountered something truly unknown, something that I pray no one else ever has to face. And sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can still hear that shriek far off in the distance. Hey everyone, Maya here. I guess I should start at the beginning, which feels like ages ago now, even though it was only a few months. It was the fall semester, and the college hiking club at Memorial University was buzzing with excitement about our annual big trip. This year, the destination was Gross Mourne National Park, over on the west coast of Newfoundland. I'd heard incredible things about it: the dramatic fjords, the tablelands that look like another planet, the dense forests. As a geology major, I was particularly stoked about seeing some of the unique rock formations I'd been studying. Our club was a pretty tight-knit group. There's me, obviously. I'm usually the planner, the one who makes sure we have enough trail mix and that everyone knows the route. Then there's Leon, my best friend since freshman orientation. He's the funny one, always cracking jokes and keeping the mood light, even when we're halfway up a mountain gasping for air. He's also the unofficial photographer, always lugging his expensive camera gear and capturing some amazing shots. Next up is Sarah. She's probably the most experienced hiker among us, having practically grown up on the trails. She's super knowledgeable about wildlife and knows all sorts of handy survival tips. Sarah can be a bit quiet at first, but once you get to know her, she's fiercely loyal and always has your back. Rounding out our core group for this trip was Ben. Ben was the newest addition to the club this semester. He was a transfer student from Nova Scotia, and he was eager to explore Newfoundland's natural beauty. He was a bit on the quieter side, a thoughtful guy who always seemed to be observing everything around him. He was strong and surprisingly agile on the trails, despite not having as much formal hiking experience as some of us. For this particular trip, we also had a couple of other club members joining us, Emily and Josh. Emily was a bubbly, energetic girl who was always up for an adventure. She was super enthusiastic about everything, from spotting wildflowers to making s'mores around the campfire. Josh, on the other hand, was a bit more reserved. He was a physics major and often got lost in his own thoughts. He was a good hiker, though, and generally happy to go along with whatever the group decided. The drive out to Gross Mourne was an adventure in itself. We piled into a couple of SUVs, Liam blasting his indie rock playlists, and the rest of us singing along, mostly off-key. The scenery got progressively more stunning as we drove west, the landscape shifting from rolling hills to rugged coastline. By the time we finally reached the park entrance, everyone was buzzing with anticipation. We had booked a backcountry camping permit for a 3-day trek through the long-range mountains, a section of the park known for its challenging terrain and breathtaking views. Our plan was to hike to a remote campsite near a glacial lake on the first day, spend the second day exploring the surrounding area, and then hike back out on the third. We had all meticulously packed our gear, double-checking our tents, sleeping bags, and food supplies. Sarah had even brought a satellite communicator in case of emergencies, which, looking back, was probably a good call. The first day of hiking was fantastic. The trails were well maintained, and the weather was perfect, crisp, and sunny with a cool breeze. We hiked through lush forests, the air filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. We crossed clear streams and climbed over rocky outcrops, stopping frequently to admire the panoramic views that unfolded before us. Liam was in his element, snapping photos of everything from tiny wildflowers to the vast mountain vistas. Ben seemed particularly fascinated by the unique flora and fauna, often pointing out interesting plants and birds he spotted along the way. We made good time and reached our campsite by late afternoon. It was a secluded spot nestled beside a pristine lake, surrounded by towering peaks. We quickly set up our tents and then gathered around to prepare dinner. The conversation flowed easily as we cooked our dehydrated meals and shared stories and jokes. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the lake, we sat around a crackling campfire, roasting marshmallows and gazing up at the star-filled sky. It felt like one of those perfect moments you know you'll remember forever. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast of oatmeal and coffee, we set out to explore further into the mountains. We decided to hike to a nearby waterfall that Sarah had read about in one of her guidebooks. The trail was a bit more challenging today, wending through rocky terrain and involving some steep climbs. But the views from the higher elevations were absolutely incredible. We could see for miles in every direction, the rugged landscape stretching out like a giant, ancient map. We reached the waterfall by midday. It was even more spectacular than we had imagined, a powerful cascade of water plunging down a sheer cliff face into a crystal clear pool below. We spent some time there, taking pictures and enjoying the refreshing spray of the water. Ben seemed particularly drawn to the falls, standing silently at the edge of the pool, his gaze fixed on the cascading water. It was on our hike back from the waterfall that things started to feel a little off. The weather had started to change, the sky darkening with heavy clouds that rolled in seemingly out of nowhere. The wind picked up, whipping through the trees and making the forest feel suddenly more ominous. We picked up our pace, wanting to get back to the relative shelter of our campsite before the storm hit. That's when it happened. We were hiking single file along a narrow section of the trail, with Ben in the lead. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Liam, who was right behind him, nearly bumped into him. "Everything okay, Ben?" Liam asked, his voice a little strained against the wind. Ben didn't answer. He just stood there, his back to us, perfectly still. "Ben," I called out, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. He slowly turned around, and when I saw his face, I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold wind. His eyes, they were different. They seemed wider, darker, almost like pupils dilated in a way that wasn't natural, and his expression was blank, completely devoid of any emotion. "Ben, are you all right?" Sarah asked, her voice laced with concern. She took a step towards him, but he didn't react. He just stared at her, his eyes unblinking. Then he spoke, his voice sounding different too. It was still his voice, but it had a strange flatness to it, a lack of inflection that made it sound almost robotic. "We should not be here," he said. His words hung in the air, heavy with a sense of dread that seemed to seep into the very atmosphere around us. We all exchanged uneasy glances. Ben had always been quiet, but he had never said anything quite like that. "What do you mean, Ben?" Emily asked hesitantly. He didn't answer. He just kept staring at Sarah, his gaze intense and unsettling. After a long, uncomfortable silence, he finally spoke again. "The mountains, they don't like us here." And that's when the first real shiver of fear went through me. It wasn't just the strange things he was saying, or the way he was acting. It was something in his eyes, something that felt alien, like the Ben we knew was no longer there. A heavy silence descended upon us. The wind howled around us, carrying the distant rumble of thunder, but all I could hear was the unsettling flatness of Ben's voice and the frantic beating of my own heart. "Ben, what are you talking about?" Liam asked, taking another tentative step closer. "We're almost back to camp. Let's just get out of this weather." Ben didn't move. His gaze remained fixed on Sarah, and that unnerving stillness radiated from him. It was like he wasn't even seeing us, like his focus was locked onto something only he could perceive. Suddenly, his head tilted slightly to the side, a jerky, unnatural movement. Then he spoke again, his voice still devoid of emotion, but now with a strange, almost sing-song quality. "The rocks remember. They have been here longer than us. They don't want us to trespass." Sarah took another step back, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear. "Ben, it's just a park. We have a permit. It's okay." He shook his head slowly, his gaze flickering over to Liam and then to me. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a flicker of the old Ben in his eyes, a hint of confusion, or maybe even distress. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by that unsettling emptiness. "Permits mean nothing to them," he said, his voice barely a whisper now. "They were here before the paper. They will be here long after." Emily, who had been standing behind Josh, gasped softly. Josh put a reassuring hand on her arm, but his own face was etched with worry. This wasn't just Ben being tired or grumpy. This was something else entirely. Maybe he's just dehydrated. Emily suggested, her voice trembling slightly. "Ben, have you had enough water?" He ignored her question, his attention returning to Sarah. He took a slow, deliberate step towards her, and Sarah instinctively recoiled. "They are watching," Ben said, his voice rising slightly, that strange sing-song quality becoming more pronounced. "They see everything. They know what you are thinking." Sarah finally found her voice, a shaky whisper. "Ben, you're scaring me. What's wrong?" He didn't answer. He just kept moving towards her, his movements stiff and unnatural. Liam stepped forward, placing himself between Ben and Sarah. "Dude, knock it off," Liam said, trying to inject some levity into the situation, though his voice betrayed his unease. "You're freaking us out." Ben stopped, his attention now focused on Liam. He tilted his head again, that same unsettling gesture. Then he reached out a hand slowly, deliberately towards Liam's face. Liam flinched, but he stood his ground. "Ben, don't." Ben's fingers brushed against Liam's cheek, a light, almost hesitant touch. But the moment that contact was made, Liam gasped, his body suddenly tensing. He stumbled backward, his hand flying up to his face, his eyes wide with a look of pure terror. What the hell was that? Liam stammered, his voice shaking. He looked at Ben, his face a mask of disbelief and fear. What did you do? Ben just stood there, his hands still outstretched, his expression unchanged. The wind howled louder, and a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the forest, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around us like malevolent spirits. That was the moment the fear truly took hold. We realized this wasn't just Ben acting weird. Something was seriously wrong. We need to get back to camp, Sarah said urgently, her voice regaining some of its usual strength. Now? She didn't wait for a response. She turned and started to run back down the trail, her footsteps pounding on the rocky ground. Liam, still clutching his cheek, hesitated for a moment before following her. Emily and Josh exchanged terrified glances and then hurried after them. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. Part of me wanted to run, to get as far away from whatever had happened to Ben as possible. But another part of me couldn't just leave him there. He was our friend. Ben, I said, my voice barely audible above the wind. He turned his head slowly, his gaze meeting mine. For a split second, I thought I saw something flicker in his eyes again, a hint of the old Ben, a silent plea for help. But then it was gone, replaced by that cold, empty stare. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively backed away. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a feeling of oppressive wrongness that seemed to emanate from him. You cannot leave, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. You belong here now. I knew in that moment that whatever had happened to Ben, it wasn't something we could reason with. It had changed him, twisted him into something else. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I ever had before, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I could hear the wind howling in my ears, the thunder rumbling closer, and the sound of my own frantic breathing. I didn't dare to look back. I just kept running, desperate to catch up with the others. When I finally reached our campsite, Sarah, Liam, Emily, and Josh were already there, huddled together near the remains of our campfire. They looked pale and shaken, their eyes wide with fear. "Where's Ben?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. I shook my head, unable to speak for a moment. I don't know. He's not the same. I recounted what had happened on the trail, the strange things Ben had said, the way he had acted, the unsettling touch on Liam's face. As I spoke, the others listened in stunned silence, their faces growing increasingly pale. Liam rubbed his cheek where Ben had touched him, a look of bewildered horror on his face. I don't know what he did, but it felt cold. Like all the warmth just got sucked out of me. We need to call for help, Emily said, her voice trembling. Sarah, what about that satellite communicator? Sarah fumbled in her backpack, pulling out the small device. Her hands shook as she tried to turn it on. After a few tense moments, a small green light flickered to life. Okay, good, she said, taking a deep breath. Now, how do I use this thing? She started pressing buttons and scrolling through menus, her brow furrowed in concentration. Josh stood beside her, peering over her shoulder, trying to help. While they were working on the communicator, Liam and I started gathering our things, our movements quick and jerky with adrenaline. We knew we couldn't stay here. Not with Ben out there. Changed into whatever that thing was. The storm was getting closer, the wind now lashing at our tents, and the rain starting to fall in heavy sheets. The forest around us seemed to darken and twist, the shadows taking on menacing shapes. Just as Sarah managed to get a signal on the communicator and was starting to type out a message, we heard a sound from the edge of the campsite. It was a soft sound at first, like the rustling of leaves, but it quickly grew louder, becoming a distinct snapping of twigs and the heavy thud of footsteps. We all froze, our eyes wide with terror, staring into the darkness beyond the flickering light of our small campfire. And then we saw him. Ben stood at the edge of the trees, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, his clothes soaked and clinging to his body. But it wasn't the rain or the darkness that made our blood run cold. It was his face. The blank, emotionless stare was still there, but now it was intensified, somehow more predatory. His mouth was slightly open, and we could see his teeth, which looked sharper than before. And his eyes, they seemed to glow with a faint, unnatural light. He took a slow, deliberate step into the campsite, and we all instinctively backed away, our hearts pounding in our chests. "You cannot leave," he repeated, his voice now carrying a new, chilling quality. It was still Ben's voice, but it was overlaid with something else, something ancient and malevolent. You are part of the mountain now. The campfire crackled weakly, casting flickering shadows that danced across Ben's distorted features. The rain intensified, turning the campsite into a muddy quagmire. We huddled together, our eyes fixated on Ben, who continued his slow, deliberate advance. Sarah's fingers flew across the satellite communicator, but her face was pale and etched with fear. "It's taking forever to send," she whispered, her voice strained. "The signal's weak with this storm." Ben stopped a few feet from the edge of the firelight, his glowing eyes scanning each of us in turn. That unnatural stillness still radiated from him, but now there was something else in his gaze, a hunger, a predatory intensity that made my stomach churn. "You will become part of us," he said, his voice a disturbing blend of Ben's familiar tone and that deeper, ancient resonance. "The mountain calls for you." Liam, despite his fear, stood his ground, stepping slightly in front of Sarah and Emily. "Ben, snap out of it. This isn't you. Whatever's happening, you need to fight it." A chilling smile stretched across Ben's face, a grotesque imitation of his usual friendly grin. Ben is gone. There is only the mountain now. Suddenly, he lunged forward with surprising speed. Liam yelped, scrambling backward just in time to avoid Ben's outstretched hand. His fingers, I noticed with a jolt of horror, looked longer and thinner than I remembered, the nails almost like claws. "Run!" Sarah screamed, shoving the satellite communicator into her pocket. We didn't need any further urging. We scattered in different directions, the beam of Liam's headlamp cutting through the rain and darkness as he sprinted towards the trees. Emily and Josh ran towards the other side of the campsite, disappearing into the dense foliage. I hesitated for a moment, my gaze flickering towards the trail leading back the way we came. But then I saw Ben turn his attention to me, his glowing eyes locking onto mine. There was no escape that way. I spun around and plunged into the woods, the branches whipping against my face, the uneven ground treacherous beneath my feet. I could hear Ben crashing through the undergrowth behind me, his heavy footsteps disturbingly fast and agile. The rain poured down relentlessly, soaking me to the bone and blurring my vision. The darkness was disorienting, and I quickly lost any sense of direction. All I could do was run, my heart pounding in my chest. The image of Ben's transformed face burned into my mind. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands on the rough ground. I scrambled back to my feet, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, but I couldn't see Ben. For a moment, a sliver of hope flickered within me. Maybe I had lost him. But then I heard it, a low, guttural growl that echoed through the trees, closer than I thought. My blood ran cold. He was still out there. I kept running, pushing myself harder, despite the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me. I could hear the others yelling in the distance, their voices laced with panic. I hoped they were still ahead of Ben. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a small, rocky clearing. I collapsed against a large boulder, trying to catch my breath. The rain continued to fall, washing away some of the mud and grime that covered me. Just as I started to feel a tiny bit of relief, I heard a soft rustling in the bushes behind me. I froze, my eyes wide with terror. Slowly, cautiously, I turned my head. It was Sarah. Her face was pale and streaked with mud, her eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "Maya!" she whispered, her voice hoarse. Did you see what happened to Liam?" I shook my head, unable to speak. He caught him, Sarah said, her voice breaking. "I saw it. Liam tripped, and Ben, he's not Ben anymore." Her voice trailed off, choked with sobs. A wave of nausea washed over me. "Liam, funny, kind-hearted Liam, what about Emily and Josh?" I managed to ask. Sarah shook her head. "I don't know. We got separated." We huddled together behind the boulder, shivering and terrified, listening to the sounds of the storm and the horrifying noises that echoed through the forest. The growls, the snapping of branches, the chillingly flat voice repeating those same unsettling words. "You belong here now." We stayed there for what felt like hours, huddled together for warmth and comfort, praying for the storm to pass, for the morning to come, for any kind of rescue. But as the night wore on, our hope began to dwindle. The sounds of Ben, or whatever it was, seemed to get closer. We could hear him moving through the trees around us, his heavy breathing sending shivers down our spines. We knew it was only a matter of time before he found us. Then the rain started to subside, the heavy downpour gradually turning into a light drizzle. The clouds began to break apart, and the first hints of dawn peeked through the trees. With the first light, a sliver of courage returned. We couldn't stay here and wait for whatever had happened to Ben to find us. We had to try to get out. We cautiously made our way back towards the trail, moving slowly and silently, scanning the trees for any sign of Ben or the others. The forest looked different in the pale light of dawn, somehow even more menacing. We eventually found the trail, and to our relief, it seemed clear. We started walking, our pace slow and hesitant at first, but gradually picking up speed as we put more distance between ourselves and the clearing where we had last seen Ben. We walked for what felt like an eternity, our bodies aching, our minds numb with exhaustion and fear. We didn't see any sign of Ben, or Emily, or Josh. The only sounds were the chirping of birds and the gentle patter of raindrops on the leaves. Finally, after what seemed like an impossible journey, we stumbled out of the trees and into the park's main road. We were miles from anywhere, but the sight of the familiar asphalt was a welcome relief. A park ranger vehicle eventually spotted us, and the look of shock and concern on the ranger's face when he saw our disheveled and terrified state told us everything we needed to know. We told them everything that had happened. About Ben's strange transformation, about Liam. We told them about the glowing eyes and the chilling voice. They listened, their expressions growing increasingly grim. They launched a search party for Ben, Emily, and Josh. But after days of searching, they found nothing. No trace of them. It was like they had simply vanished into the wilderness. The official report called it a tragic accident, likely involving a fall or a wild animal encounter. They couldn't explain Ben's bizarre behavior, chalking it up to some kind of stress-induced psychosis. But Sarah and I know the truth. We know what we saw in the eyes of our friend. We know that something out there in the mountains changed Ben, twisted him into something unnatural, and we know that Liam and possibly Emily and Josh, they didn't just disappear. I still have nightmares about that trip. I see Ben's face in my dreams, his eyes glowing with that eerie light, his voice whispering those chilling words. You belong here now. I never went back to Groves Moor National Park. I don't think I ever will. Some places are best left undisturbed, their secrets hidden deep within their ancient rocks and forests. And sometimes, the wilderness holds things that are far more terrifying than any wild animal. Things that can change you, possess you, make you a part of something dark and ancient. Things that whisper in the wind and wait in the shadows. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that whatever took Ben is still out there, waiting for others to stumble into its grasp. And maybe, just maybe, a part of Liam, Emily, and Josh are still there, changed, waiting, belonging to the mountain. My name is Daniel, and for the last 2 years, I've been the sole operator of a remote weather station in the northern reaches of Canada. When I tell people what I do, the most common reaction is a mix of awe and pity. Northern Canada, all alone. They ask, their voices usually laced with a hint of disbelief. And yeah, it's pretty much like that. Just me, a bunch of sensitive instruments, and more wilderness than you can shake a stick at, if you could even find a stick up here, that is. Mostly it's just snow, ice, and the occasional stubborn patch of stunted trees clinging to life. I wasn't always a solitary guy. Back in Chicago, I had friends, a decent job in IT, and a life that, while maybe a little predictable, was comfortable. But something in me always craved something different. I'd spend my lunch breaks staring at maps of remote places, reading adventure blogs, and dreaming of a life less ordinary. This weather station gig popped up online, a long shot of a posting that seemed almost tailor, made for my peculiar yearning. They needed someone with a technical background who wasn't afraid of isolation and could handle basic maintenance. I applied on a whim, half expecting to never hear back. To my surprise, they called. The initial months were an adjustment, to say the least. The sheer silence was the first thing that hit me. Back in the city, there was always a low hum of traffic, distant sirens, the murmur of conversations. Up here, the silence is profound, a thick blanket that muffles everything. At first, it was almost deafening. I found myself turning up the radio just to have some kind of noise, any noise, filling the small cabin that serves as my living quarters and office. The landscape is both beautiful and unforgiving. During the short summer months, the tundra comes alive with wildflowers and buzzing insects. The days are long, the sun barely dipping below the horizon. It's a stark, vibrant beauty that can take your breath away. But then comes winter and everything changes. The land transforms into a seemingly endless expanse of white. The sun becomes a distant memory, and the darkness stretches on for what feels like an eternity. The weather station itself is a sturdy little building designed to withstand the harsh conditions. It's equipped with all sorts of sensors that measure temperature, wind speed, precipitation, and atmospheric pressure. My job is to make sure everything is running smoothly, to perform regular maintenance, and to transmit the data back to the main office down south. It's not particularly glamorous work, but it's important, and most of the time it's routine. For a long time, the silence was the toughest part. My only human contact was the occasional satellite phone call with my supervisor, a gruff but decent guy named Frank who sounded like he'd seen it all. We'd go over equipment readings, discuss any anomalies, and then the call would end, leaving me alone again with the wind howling outside. I tried to keep busy. I read a lot, everything from classic literature to trashy sci-fi novels. I watched movies on my laptop, though the internet connection is spotty at best. I even took up cooking, experimenting with recipes I'd never had the time for back in the city. But no matter how much I tried to fill the hours, the silence always seeped back in, a constant reminder of my isolation. I used to think the silence was my biggest fear. The way it could amplify every little creak and groan of the old building, making me jump at shadows. The way it could make my own thoughts echo in my head, sometimes spiraling into dark places. But lately, something has shifted. The silence hasn't changed, not really, but my perception of it has. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. Little things. A feeling of being watched when I was outside, even though I knew there was nothing for miles in any direction. A fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye when I was inside, only to vanish when I turned my head. At first, I dismissed it as cabin fever, the inevitable result of spending so much time alone in such an isolated place. My mind playing tricks on me. But then the incidents started becoming more distinct. I'd be working at my desk, the only sound the gentle hum of the computer. When I'd hear it, a faint scratching sound just outside the window, like something was dragging its claws along the metal siding. I'd jump up and look, but there would be nothing there. Just the endless snow, the wind whipping past the building. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a fox or a particularly bold Arctic hare, but the sound it didn't quite fit. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic, and it always seemed to happen when I was alone, when the wind died down and the silence returned. Then there was the humming. Not the hum of the equipment, but a different kind of hum. A low, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the station. It would come and go, sometimes lasting for minutes, sometimes just a brief pulse. It wasn't loud, not exactly, but it was unsettling. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I started keeping a log of these occurrences just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. Date, time, description of the sound or feeling. At first, the entries were sporadic, a scratching here, a fleeting shadow there. But as the weeks went by, the entries became more frequent, more detailed. The scratching became heavier, more insistent. The shadows lingered for longer, sometimes taking on vague, indistinct shapes. And the humming started to feel like it was getting closer. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a problem with the building's ventilation system, causing the humming. Maybe the extreme cold was affecting the metal siding, creating the scratching sounds. Maybe my eyes were just tired, playing tricks on me with the light and shadows. But a part of me, a growing, unsettling part, knew that these explanations were flimsy at best. There was a feeling that accompanied these events, a sense of unease that went beyond simple cabin fever. It was a cold, creeping dread, a feeling that something was wrong. I started sleeping less, my nights filled with fitful dreams, and the lingering echoes of the scratching and the humming. I found myself constantly checking the windows, peering out into the darkness, even though I knew there was nothing to see. The isolation, which had once felt like a welcome escape, now felt like a suffocating cage. The silence, my old nemesis, had become almost comforting in comparison to this something else. This growing sense of dread, this feeling of being watched, this subtle but persistent intrusion into my solitary existence. It wasn't the silence that scared me anymore. It was the feeling that the silence was no longer empty. That something had filled it, and whatever it was, I had a terrible feeling that it was getting closer. One particularly long and dark night, the scratching outside my window intensified. It wasn't the faint, almost hesitant scratching I'd grown accustomed to. This was frantic, desperate, like something was trying to claw its way inside. It started on the north-facing wall, the one most exposed to the relentless winds. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs, straining to hear over the howling gale. For a moment, I thought it was just the wind, debris being flung against the side of the building. But then it moved, scraping along the length of the wall, and I knew it wasn't the wind. I fumbled for my flashlight on the bedside table, my hand shaking so badly I almost knocked it to the floor. I flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness of my small bedroom. I held my breath, listening. The scratching had stopped on the north wall, and now seemed to be coming from the window right outside my door. Adrenaline coursed through me, a primal urge to hide battling with a morbid curiosity. I crept to the door, my bare feet silent on the cold linoleum floor. I pressed my ear against the metal, listening intently. The scratching was there, a frantic, rhythmic scraping that sent shivers down my spine. Slowly, cautiously, I reached for the doorknob. My hand trembled as I turned it, the click sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence that had fallen after the gust of wind subsided. I pulled the door open just a crack, peering out into the inky blackness. The snow outside was being whipped into a frenzy by the wind, making it impossible to see anything clearly. But I could hear it, the unmistakable sound, something dragging itself against the metal siding, right outside my doorway. I wanted to slam the door shut, to retreat back to the perceived safety of my bed, but I couldn't. Curiosity, or perhaps some morbid fascination, held me rooted to the spot. I widened the opening just a little, my eyes straining to penetrate the darkness, and then I saw it, just a fleeting glimpse, caught in the brief flash of my flashlight beam as the wind momentarily died down. Something white. It was low to the ground, moving erratically, its form obscured by the swirling snow. But there was something about the way it moved, something unnatural and unsettling that made my blood run cold. It wasn't like an animal I recognized. It was too fluid, too amorphous. Before I could get a better look, the wind picked up again, a powerful gust that rattled the entire building and whipped the snow into a blinding whiteout. The white shape vanished, swallowed by the storm. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by the deafening roar of the wind. I stood there for a long moment, my heart still pounding in my chest, the flashlight clutched tightly in my hand. What had I seen? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. A trick of the light. Snow blowing in unusual pattern. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. I wanted to believe it was one of those things. I desperately wanted to dismiss it as my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. Something was out there. Something white, moving in the darkness, scratching at my walls. I slammed the door shut, locking it and bolting it for good measure. I leaned against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my body trembling. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind, every imagined sound sent a jolt of fear through me. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a pristine blanket of snow. I bundled up in my warmest gear, grabbed a shovel, and ventured outside. I wanted to see if there were any tracks, any sign of what I had seen the night before. The snow was deep, untouched except for the drifts created by the wind. I walked around the perimeter of the weather station, carefully examining the ground. There were no animal tracks, no footprints of any kind. Just smooth, undisturbed snow stretching out in every direction. Except on the north wall, right where I had heard the frantic scratching, there were marks. Not deep gouges, but faint, almost imperceptible scratches on the metal siding, just above the snow line. They looked like they had been made by something with sharp claws, and they were only there on the north wall, the one facing away from the prevailing winds. I ran my gloved hand over them, my stomach churning with a cold, sickening dread. Whatever had made these marks had been right outside my window, and it hadn't been the wind. The scratching continued on subsequent nights, sometimes faint, sometimes more insistent. The humming also returned, often coinciding with the scratching. It felt like something was circling the station, testing its defenses, its presence a constant, unnerving weight on my mind. I tried contacting Frank, my supervisor, but the satellite phone wasn't working. Just static. I tried again and again, but the line remained dead. The isolation, which had once been a physical reality, now felt absolute. I was completely cut off. Days bled into weeks. The short winter days were filled with a gnawing anxiety, the long nights with a fear that kept me huddled in my bed, listening to every sound. I started seeing things more frequently now, shadows in my peripheral vision that disappeared when I looked directly at them. Flickering lights in the distance, even though I knew there were no other settlements for hundreds of miles. One evening, as the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the snow, I saw something that chilled me to the bone. I was looking out the window, scanning the horizon as I often did, when I saw a figure in the distance. It was small and indistinct, but it was definitely there, a dark silhouette against the white expanse. It seemed to be moving slowly, deliberately, in my direction. My heart leaped into my throat. Who could it be? It had been months since I'd seen another human being. Could it be a rescue team? Had someone finally realized the satellite phone was down? I grabbed my binoculars, my hands trembling so badly I could barely focus. I peered through the lenses, trying to get a clearer view of the figure. As it got closer, I realized it wasn't human. It was too thin, too elongated, its movements too jerky and unnatural. It seemed to glide across the snow rather than walk, its limbs moving in strange, disjointed ways. And as it came closer still, I could make out more details. Its skin was pale, almost translucent. Its eyes were large and black, reflecting the fading light like dark pools. And its mouth was stretched into a wide, fixed grin, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal I recognized. It was something else entirely. Something alien, something horrifying. I dropped the binoculars, stumbling backward away from the window, my mind reeling in terror. What was that thing? Where had it come from? And why was it coming to my weather station? I scrambled to lock all the doors and windows, my hands fumbling with the latches. I barricaded the door with a heavy metal cabinet, my breath coming in panic gasps. I grabbed the emergency flare gun from under my bed, my only weapon against whatever was out there. I huddled in the corner of my cabin, my eyes darting nervously around the room, listening for any sound. The sun had fully set now, plunging the landscape into darkness. The wind had picked up again, its mournful howl seeming to echo the terror in my own heart. I waited, every nerve in my body on high alert, the flare gun clutched tightly in my trembling hands. I could hear the wind raging outside, the snow pelting against the walls. And then, through the howling wind, I heard it. A faint scratching sound. It was coming from the roof. My blood ran cold. It had gotten onto the roof. Whatever that thing was, it was getting closer, and I was alone. Utterly, terrifyingly alone, with something inhuman trying to get inside. The dread I had felt before was nothing compared to the pure, unadulterated terror that now gripped me. The unknown had finally shown its face. And it was far more horrifying than anything I could have ever imagined. The scratching on the roof continued, a relentless, unnerving sound that scraped at my sanity as much as the metal. I backed further into the corner, the flare gun shaking in my grip. I kept my gaze fixed on the ceiling, expecting at any moment for something to crash through. The humming had returned to a low, guttural vibration that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. It resonated in my chest, amplifying the frantic beating of my heart. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The scratching moved around the perimeter of the roof, sometimes directly above me, sometimes further away. I imagined that pale, elongated figure crawling around up there, its black eyes peering down, searching for a way in. Then the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise had been. I strained my ears, listening for any sound, any indication of where the creature was. The wind howled. The snow continued to pelt the walls, but the scratching was gone. Had it left? Was it finally over? A sliver of hope flickered within me, quickly extinguished by the oppressive atmosphere in the small cabin. Something felt wrong. The silence was too sudden, too complete. It was like the world outside was holding its breath. Suddenly, a new sound pierced the silence. A soft thud coming from the front door. Then another and another, each one followed by a scraping sound against the metal. It was trying to get in. Not by force, but methodically. Like it was testing the strength of the door, the sturdiness of the barricade. I held my breath, pointing the flare gun at the door, my finger hovering over the trigger. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and adrenaline. What should I do? Should I try to fight it? Run. There was nowhere to run. I was miles from anywhere, completely isolated. The thudding and scraping continued, growing more insistent. I could feel the vibrations through the floor, through the walls. It was getting closer. I closed my eyes for a moment, a silent prayer escaping my lips. When I opened them again, I noticed something I hadn't before. A faint glow emanating from under the door. It wasn't the cold, white light of the snow reflecting back. This was a warm, almost sickly yellow light. My blood ran cold. Where was that light coming from? The thudding stopped again, replaced by a soft, wet sound like something was being pressed against the door. The yellow light intensified, seeping through the narrow gap at the bottom. And then a shadow appeared beneath the door. Long, thin fingers, pale and skeletal, stretched out into the room. I recoiled in horror, scrambling backward until my spine hit the cold wall. The fingers writhed and twitched. As if searching for something, their movements disturbingly fluid. The wet sound continued, and the yellow light pulsed, casting eerie shadows that danced across the small room. I wanted to scream, but my throat was constricted with fear. I could only watch in silent terror as the pale fingers continued their probing, their tips brushing against the linoleum floor. Then one of the fingers curled upward, its sharp nail scraping against the bottom of the door. It made a small, high-pitched sound that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It was trying to lift the door, just enough to what? I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to watch any longer. I raised the flare gun, my hand shaking so violently I could barely aim. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and wait for it to get in. With a trembling hand, I aimed the flare gun at the door and pulled the trigger. The cabin was filled with a deafening roar and a blinding flash of light. The recoil slammed into my shoulder, and the smell of burnt propellant filled the air. I kept my eyes squeezed shut for a moment, disoriented by the noise and the light. When I finally opened them, the yellow glow beneath the door was gone. The wet sound had stopped, and the scratching on the roof was also gone. I slowly lowered the flare gun, my heart still pounding in my chest. Had it worked? Had I scared it away? I cautiously approached the door, my eyes scanning the gap at the bottom. The long, pale fingers were no longer there. The yellow light was gone. I hesitated for a long moment, listening for any sound. The wind still howled, the snow still fell, but there was no sign of the creature. Slowly, I began to move the cabinet away from the door. My muscles were tense, every nerve on edge. I reached for the doorknob, my hand still trembling. I took a deep breath and pulled the door open. Nothing. Just the swirling snow and the endless expanse of white. There were no tracks in the snow near the door, no sign of the creature I had seen, only the faint scorch mark on the metal where the flare had hit. I stepped outside, the cold air stinging my lungs. I looked around, scanning the horizon. Nothing. The figure I had seen earlier was gone. The landscape was empty, desolate, silent. Too silent. I looked up at the roof. There were no footprints in the snow up there either. Just the wind whipping across the metal. Had it all been in my head? Had the isolation finally pushed me to the brink? I wanted to believe that. I desperately wanted to think that the pale figure, the scratching, the humming, the yellow light, and the skeletal fingers were all just figments of my overstressed imagination. But the scorch mark on the door was real. And the faint scratches on the north wall, those were real too. I don't know what was out here with me. I don't know what it wanted. And I don't know if it's gone for good. The satellite phone is still down. I'm still alone. The silence has returned, but it's different now. It's heavy, expectant. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind, every shadow seems to hold a new, sinister meaning. I keep the flare gun closed now, loaded and ready. I check the locks on the doors and windows multiple times a day. I sleep with the lights on. I'm still Daniel, and I still work at this remote weather station in northern Canada. The isolation is still tough, but it's not the silence that scares me anymore. It's the memory of the pale figure in the snow, the scratching on the roof, the yellow light under the door, and the feeling that whatever it was, it might still be out there, waiting, watching, in the silence. And that, more than anything, fills me with a dread that chills me to the very core. I don't know what's out there, but I know it's not the silence I feared. It's what the silence might be hiding. And I'm starting to think I'm not alone here after all. Hey, I'm Grace. 27 years old, work in marketing for a tech company in Toronto, and I desperately needed a break from the endless spreadsheets and forced office camaraderie. Winter had always held a certain magic for me, that quiet hush that falls over the world when the snow starts to stick. This year, I decided to fully embrace it. I booked a solo winter camping trip in Algonquin Provincial Park. Everyone I talked to about it, mostly city folk, gave me that wide-eyed, slightly concerned look, lone, in the woods in winter. They'd ask, as if I'd announced plans to wrestle a polar bear. But the idea had taken root, a stubborn little seed of adventure blooming in the sterile environment of my cubicle. I'd done my research, of course. Bought the warmest layers I could find, a heavy, duty sleeping bag rated for well below freezing, and enough dehydrated meals to last a week, Even though I was only planning on being out there for 5 days, I even splurged on a pair of snowshoes, picturing myself gliding effortlessly through pristine, untouched snow. The reality, I quickly learned, was a little less graceful, involving more than a few awkward stumbles in the deeper drifts. The drive up to Algonquin was beautiful. The landscape transformed from the familiar urban sprawl into a breathtaking panorama of snow, laden pines, and frozen lakes. Sunlight glinted off the icy surfaces, creating a dazzling display that made the long hours behind the wheel melt away. I felt a sense of anticipation building with every kilometer, a thrill mixed with a healthy dose of nervousness. This was definitely outside my comfort zone, but that was precisely the point. I arrived at the permit office just as the sun was beginning its descent, casting long blue shadows across the snow. The ranger on duty, a grizzled man with kind eyes and a thick beard dusted with white, checked my paperwork and gave me a few last-minute warnings about trail conditions and wildlife. Keep an eye out for moose, he advised, his voice a low rumble. They can be unpredictable in the winter. He also mentioned something about avoiding the old logging trails further north, saying they weren't maintained and could be dangerous with the heavy snowfall. I made a mental note, although I wasn't planning on venturing too far off the established routes. I was here for solitude and the beauty of nature, not to get lost in some forgotten corner of the park. By the time I reached my chosen campsite, the last sliver of sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The air was crisp and bitingly cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Setting up camp in the fading light was a bit of a challenge, my fingers growing numb despite the thick gloves I was wearing. But with a little persistence, I managed to get my small tent pitched and my sleeping bag laid out. The tiny propane stove hissed to life, quickly heating up some water for a much-needed cup of hot chocolate. Huddled in my sleeping bag, sipping the warm, sweet liquid, I felt a wave of contentment wash over me. The silence of the woods was profound, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the distant call of an owl. It was a far cry from the constant hum of the city, and I found myself relaxing in a way I hadn't in months. This was exactly what I needed. The first couple of days were idyllic. I spent my mornings snowshoeing through the silent forests, marveling at the intricate patterns the snow made on the branches and the way the sunlight filtered through the trees. I saw plenty of animal tracks, deer, rabbits, even what looked like fox prints, but no actual wildlife beyond a few curious chickadees that flitted around my campsite, hoping for a stray crumb. Evenings were spent reading by the warm glow of my headlamp, the vast darkness outside the tent a comforting presence, rather than something to be feared. I felt a sense of peace and connection to nature that I rarely experienced in my everyday life. The ranger's words about the woods being different in the snow echoed in my mind, and I had to agree. There was a stillness, a quiet intensity, that made the familiar landscape feel new and unexplored. On the third day, I decided to venture a little further than I had before. I followed a well-marked trail that wound its way around a frozen lake. The sun was shining brightly, and the snow sparkled like a million tiny diamonds. The air was cold but invigorating, and I felt a surge of energy as I trekked through the winter wonderland. As the day wore on, the sky began to cloud over, and the temperature seemed to drop noticeably. I decided it was time to head back to camp before a storm rolled in. The wind had picked up, swirling the snow into miniature whiteouts that made it difficult to see the trail markers. I pulled my scarf higher over my face and focused on putting one foot in front of the other, trying to retrace my steps. That's when I saw it. A set of tracks in the snow that didn't look like anything I'd seen before. They were large, much larger than any deer or moose tracks I'd encountered, and they had a strange, almost human-like shape to them, though far too big and with oddly elongated strides. They weren't quite bear tracks either, lacking the distinct claw marks. I stopped, my heart starting to pound a little faster. I looked around, suddenly feeling a prickle of unease. The woods seemed to have grown darker, the wind whispering through the trees in a way that sounded almost like a sigh. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe they were just distorted animal tracks, made strange by the wind and the melting and refreezing of the snow. But the more I looked at them, the more unsettling they became. They seemed to be heading in the same direction I was, parallel to the trail, but just inside the tree line. I quickened my pace, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread that was creeping into my thoughts. I told myself it was just my imagination, the solitude, and the unfamiliar environment playing tricks on my mind. But every now and then, I would glance over to the edge of the trees, and I would see them, those strange, unnerving tracks, keeping pace with me in the deepening snow. The ranger's warning about the old logging trails flashed through my mind. He said to avoid them. Could these tracks be leading towards them? The wind howled through the branches above, and the first snowflakes began to fall, swirling around me like tiny ghosts. The light was fading fast, and a sense of urgency began to build within me. I needed to get back to my campsite, to the safety of my tent before the storm hit. I kept walking, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my eyes constantly scanning the edge of the woods. The tracks were still there, sometimes clearer, sometimes obscured by the falling snow, but always present, a silent, unnerving reminder that I was not alone out here. And then I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural growl coming from somewhere deep within the trees. It was not the sound of any animal I recognized. It was something darker, something more primal. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of branches breaking. Whatever it was big, and it was moving towards me. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. I didn't know what to do. Should I run? Should I stay still? My mind raced, trying to make sense of the terrifying situation. Then, through the swirling snow, I saw a flash of movement. A large, dark shape moving between the trees, its outline distorted by the falling snow and the dimming light. I couldn't make out any details, but its size alone was enough to send a jolt of pure terror through me. It was bigger than a bear, bigger than anything I could have imagined. And it was getting closer. My instincts took over. I turned and ran, stumbling through the deep snow, my lungs burning with the effort. I didn't dare to look back. My only thought was to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was following me. The growling continued, closer now, accompanied by heavy, crashing footsteps. I could feel its presence behind me, a dark, menacing shadow in the snowy woods. I ran blindly, my sense of direction completely lost. Trees whipped past me in a blur, their branches clawing at my clothes. The snow stung my face, and the wind howled in my ears, drowning out everything except the frantic pounding of my own heart. I didn't know how long I could keep running. My legs were burning, and my lungs felt like they were about to burst. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw a faint glimmer of light through the trees. It was the warm, inviting glow of my campsite. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain in my muscles, desperate to reach the safety of my tent. I burst through the trees and into the small clearing where my tent stood, a beacon of warmth and security in the encroaching darkness. I didn't hesitate, scrambling inside and quickly zipping up the entrance. I collapsed onto my sleeping bag, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. The sounds of pursuit stopped just outside the tent. I could hear heavy breathing, the crunch of snow underfoot, and then silence. I held my breath, listening intently, my senses on high alert. The silence stretched on, broken only by the frantic beating of my own heart. Had it gone, or was it still out there waiting? I lay there for what felt like an eternity, huddled in my sleeping bag, too terrified to move. The storm raged outside, the wind buffeting my tent, the snow piling up against its sides. But the storm was nothing compared to the fear that gripped me, the chilling realization that I was not alone in the wilderness, and whatever was out there was far more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. Hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. The storm raged outside, a furious symphony of wind and snow that seemed intent on tearing my little tent from its moorings. Each gust sent shivers down my spine, not just from the cold, but from the gnawing fear that still had me in its icy grip. I strained my ears, trying to discern any sounds above the howling wind, any indication of what might still be lurking just beyond the thin nylon walls that were my only barrier against the unknown. The silence had been more terrifying in some ways, a pregnant stillness that hinted at a predator patiently waiting. But the storm offered a strange kind of cover, its chaotic noise making it harder to pinpoint any specific threats. Still, every now and then, above the roar of the wind, I thought I heard something, a heavy footfall in the snow, a soft scrape against the tent fabric, a low, almost mournful sigh that sent a fresh wave of chills through me. Sleep was out of the question. Every creak of the tent poles, every rustle of the snow against the fabric jolted me awake. My imagination ran wild. conjuring up grotesque images of what might be out there, its eyes glowing in the darkness, its breath misting in the frigid air. I clutched my pocket knife, its small size offering little comfort against the unseen terror that surrounded me. As the night wore on, the storm gradually began to subside. The wind died down to a gentle whisper, and the heavy snowfall turned into a light, intermittent flurry. The silence returned, but this time it felt different, heavier, more oppressive. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever had been outside was still out there, waiting. Just as the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky in pale shades of gray, I heard it again. That low, guttural growl, closer this time, more distinct. It seemed to come from just beyond the trees, at the edge of the clearing. My heart leaped into my throat. It was still there. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I knew I couldn't stay in the tent forever. My food and water were finite, and the longer I waited, the more vulnerable I would become. I had to do something. But what? I peered cautiously out of the tent window, my breath fogging the plastic. The clearing was covered in a thick blanket of fresh snow, the tracks I had made the previous day completely obliterated. But there, at the edge of the woods, I saw them again. Those large, unsettling tracks, clearer now in the pale morning light. They circled the clearing, staying just within the tree line, as if something was pacing, watching. A wave of nausea washed over me. These weren't animal tracks. They were too large, too oddly shaped. And the way they circled, the deliberate pattern, felt intelligent. It was as if whatever had made them was aware of me, was toying with me. I knew I had to get out of there. Staying put was not an option. I had to try to make it back to the main trail, to where there might be other people, some semblance of safety. But the thought of venturing out into the snow, knowing that whatever had left those tracks was out there, made my legs feel like lead. Taking a deep breath, I slowly and silently began to pack my gear. My hands trembled as I rolled up my sleeping bag and stuffed it into its sack. Every rustle of fabric, every click of a buckle, seemed deafening in the stillness of the morning. I kept glancing at the tent flap, half expecting to see a monstrous shape tearing through the nylon. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I was ready. I unzipped the tent flap just enough to peek outside. The clearing was still empty, except for those ominous tracks in the snow. Taking another deep breath, I unzipped the rest of the way and slipped out, my pocket knife clutched tightly in my hand. The cold hit me like a physical blow, the air biting at my exposed skin. The silence of the woods was broken only by the gentle crunch of my boots on the snow. I moved slowly, cautiously, my eyes scanning every shadow, every tree, listening for any sound that might betray the presence of the creature. I made my way towards the edge of the clearing, trying to step in the tracks I had seen earlier, hoping to minimize the sound of my own movements. When I reached the tree line, I hesitated. The woods looked dark and foreboding, the snow covered branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to grab me. Taking another deep breath, I stepped into the trees, immediately enveloped by the deep shadows. The snow here was deeper, making it harder to move. I tried to follow the direction I thought the main trail was in, but the heavy snowfall from the previous night had obscured any clear path. I pushed on, my heart pounding in my chest, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sending a jolt of fear through me. The tracks were still there, sometimes to my left, sometimes to my right, always a silent reminder that I was being followed, or at least that something had been following me. After what felt like hours of trudging through the snow, I started to hear a new sound. It was faint at first, a low, rhythmic thumping in the distance. As I continued, the sound grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like footsteps, human footsteps. Hope flared within me. Could it be other campers? A search party? I quickened my pace, ignoring the exhaustion that was starting to set in. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse and cracking. "Is anyone there?" The only response was the continued thumping of the footsteps, closer now. I called out again, louder this time, my voice filled with a desperate plea. "Hello! I need help!" The footsteps stopped. A moment of silence hung in the air, thick and heavy. Then I heard it again. That guttural growl, much closer this time, coming from the direction of the footsteps. My blood ran cold. These weren't human footsteps. Whatever was out there was mimicking the sound, luring me in. A wave of despair washed over me. There was no one coming to help. I was alone. I turned and ran, stumbling back through the trees, away from the sound of the growling. I didn't know where I was going, but any direction was better than towards that terrifying sound. The growls followed me, punctuated by the crashing of branches and the heavy thud of something large moving through the snow. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I could no longer hear the growling. Then I collapsed in the snow, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was lost alone and terrified. The sun was higher now, but the woods still felt dark and menacing. As I lay there, trying to catch my breath, I noticed something on the ground beside me. It was a piece of wood, smooth and worn, with strange carvings on it. They looked almost like symbols, but I didn't recognize them. I picked it up, turning it over in my gloved hands. The wood felt cold and strangely heavy. As I examined the carvings, a feeling of unease washed over me. They seemed ancient, somehow, like they had been there for a very long time. And then I noticed something else. Embedded in the wood, partially hidden by snow, was a piece of what looked like bone. My stomach churned. What was this? Where had it come from? A sudden, chilling thought crossed my mind. Could this be related to what was chasing me? I dropped the piece of wood as if it were burning hot. The fear that had subsided slightly returned with a vengeance. I had to get out of these woods, now. I stumbled to my feet and started walking again, this time with a renewed sense of urgency. I had to find the trail, find my way back to safety, before it was too late. But with every step, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that those unseen eyes were still on me, and that the silence of the woods held a terror far deeper than I could ever have imagined. The woods were indeed different in the snow, and the difference was terrifying. The woods seemed to press in on me, the trees looming like silent, watchful sentinels. Every shadow played tricks on my eyes. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. The carved piece of wood and the bone fragment had amplified my fear, suggesting a history to this place, a darkness that ran deeper than just a wild animal encounter. I stumbled through the undergrowth, my sense of direction completely skewed. I had no idea where the trail was, or even which way was back towards the permit office. Panic began to set in again, a cold wave of despair washing over me. Was this how it ended? Lost and alone in the wilderness, hunted by something I couldn't even comprehend. Just when I felt like I couldn't take another step, I saw a flicker of color through the trees. Orange. It looked like tape. Trail markers. Hope surged through me, so powerful it almost brought me to my knees. I pushed forward, ignoring the pain in my legs, desperate to reach the familiar sign of civilization. A moment later, I broke through the trees and onto a narrow, snow-covered path. Relief flooded through me. I had found the trail. Now, all I had to do was follow it back to safety. I started walking, my pace as fast as I could manage in the deep snow, my eyes constantly scanning the woods on either side of the trail. The growling had stopped, but the feeling of being watched remained. I couldn't shake the sense that something was still out there, just beyond the trees, its unseen eyes tracking my every move. I clutched my pocket knife tighter, its cold metal a small comfort in my trembling hand. As I continued down the trail, I noticed something else. Scratches on the trees. Not the random scrapes of branches rubbing together, but deliberate, deep gouges in the bark. They were high up, too high for any normal animal to reach. And they were recent, the fresh wood exposed beneath the torn bark. My breath hitched in my throat. Whatever had made those tracks was big, incredibly strong, and it had been here recently. A terrifying thought occurred to me. Maybe it wasn't just following me, maybe it was hurting me. The trail began to wind its way through a denser part of the forest, the trees growing taller and closer together, blocking out most of the weak sunlight. The air grew colder, and the silence of the woods became heavy, oppressive. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that I was entering a place I shouldn't be. Then I saw it, a shape head on the trail. It was large and dark, and it wasn't moving. My heart pounded in my chest. Had it caught up to me? I stopped, my hand reaching instinctively for the small can of bear spray I had tucked into my pocket. I held my breath, trying to make out what the shape was. As I got closer, I realized it was a moose. A large bull moose, its massive antlers covered in snow. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a wave of foolishness. I had been so terrified that I had mistaken a harmless animal for the monster that was chasing me. I chuckled weakly. A nervous sound in the silent woods. I started to walk past the moose, giving it a wide berth. It stood still, its dark eyes watching me, but it didn't seem aggressive. Just as I was about to pass it, it suddenly let out a loud, startled snort and bolted off the trail, disappearing into the dense undergrowth. I jumped back, startled by its sudden movement. Why had it run? It hadn't seemed threatened by me. I looked around, trying to see what had spooked it, and then I saw it. At the edge of the trees, just beyond where the moose had been standing, I saw a glimpse of movement. A flash of dark fur, too dark to be a bear, too tall to be a wolf. And then I saw its eyes. Two glowing red eyes, burning like embers in the dim light. They were fixed on me. Terror, raw and primal, gripped me. This was no animal. This was the thing that had been following me, the thing that had left those monstrous tracks. Its eyes held an intelligence, a malevolence that chilled me to my very core. It stepped out from behind the trees, and I finally got a clear look at it. It was humanoid in shape, but impossibly tall, easily 7 or 8 feet. Its body was gaunt, covered in matted, dark fur. Its arms were long and spindly, ending in massive hands with sharp, elongated claws. Its face was long and skeletal, with those piercing red eyes and a wide, toothy maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was the stuff of nightmares, a creature ripped straight from the pages of a horror story. And it was real. It was standing right there, staring at me with those terrifying red eyes. I didn't hesitate. I fumbled for the bear spray in my pocket, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the can. I pointed it in the creature's direction and pressed the trigger. A cloud of orange mist erupted from the can, engulfing the creature's face. It roared, a sound that was more than just a roar. It was a shriek of pure agony, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air around me. It stumbled back, its hands clawing at its face. Those red eyes momentarily squeezed shut. This was my chance. I turned and ran, sprinting down the trail as fast as my legs would carry me. I didn't look back, my lungs burning, my heart pounding, the creature's terrifying roar echoing in my ears. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my legs felt like they were about to give out. Then I stumbled and fell, landing hard on the snow-covered ground. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, waiting for the creature to catch up, but it didn't come. After a few minutes, I cautiously sat up and looked around. The trail was empty. Had I managed to escape? Just then, I heard a different sound. A buzzing sound, growing louder. I looked up and saw a small plane flying overhead. A search plane. Had someone realized I was missing? I scrambled to my feet and waved my arms frantically, yelling at the top of my lungs. The plane circled back, flying lower this time. I kept waving, hoping they could see me. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of snowmobiles approaching. A search and rescue team. They had found me. I was weak and exhausted, but alive. I told them what had happened about the tracks. The growling, the creature I had seen. They listened politely, their expressions a mixture of concern and disbelief. They said it was probably just a bear or a moose that I had encountered. But I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a bear or a moose. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, that roamed the deep woods of Algonquin. Something that the rangers probably didn't talk about in their safety briefings. They took me back to the permit office, where I was checked over by paramedics and given warm blankets and hot drinks. I answered their questions, my voice still shaking with fear. They were kind, but I could tell they didn't believe my story. As I sat there, wrapped in a blanket, sipping hot coffee, I couldn't shake the image of those glowing red eyes, the gaunt, terrifying face of the creature in the woods. I knew I would never look at the wilderness the same way again. The woods were indeed different in the snow. They held secrets, and some of those secrets were best left undisturbed. I had gone looking for the magic of winter, and I had found something far more sinister. I would never camp alone again, and I would always remember the terror of those red eyes watching me from the darkness of the trees. The woods had shown me its true face, and it was a face I would never forget. My name is Tyler, and if you told me a month ago that I'd be a believer in old wives' tales, let alone terrified by them, I would have laughed in your face. I'm your average 20-something guy, more comfortable with the glow of a computer screen than the feel of dirt under my fingernails. City-born and raised, my idea of wilderness was the slightly overgrown patch of grass in my apartment complex. But this past summer, everything changed during a fishing trip to Manitoba with my grandfather. My grandpa, Arthur, is a man of few words but a lifetime of stories. He's a sturdy, weathered figure, his hands bearing the map of a life spent working outdoors. Even in his late 70s, his eyes held a spark of something ancient and knowing, a quality I'd always chalked up to a healthy dose of old age and a fondness for exaggeration. He'd often recount tales from his younger days, stories of strange occurrences in the woods, whispers of creatures that lurked beyond the familiar. Growing up, I'd listen politely, maybe even with a touch of amusement, but they never really stuck. They were just stories, right? Entertaining, perhaps a little spooky, but nothing to take seriously. This trip to Manitoba was something we talked about for years. Grandpa Arthur had a favorite fishing spot, a secluded lake nestled deep within the province's vast wilderness. He claimed it was teeming with walleye, the kind of place where you could cast your line and practically guarantee a bite within minutes. Life had been hectic lately, with work deadlines and the general chaos of city living, so the idea of a few days of peace and quiet by a remote lake was undeniably appealing. Plus, it was a chance to spend some quality time with my grandpa, something I realized I hadn't done enough of in recent years. We packed up his old pickup truck, a reliable beast that had seen its fair share of back roads and bumpy trails. The drive was long, stretching from the familiar urban sprawl into the heart of the Canadian landscape. As we journeyed further north, the scenery transformed. Skyscrapers gave way to rolling hills. The constant hum of traffic faded into the rustling of leaves, and the air grew crisper, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Grandpa mostly drove in comfortable silence, occasionally pointing out landmarks or sharing snippets of local history. He spoke about the land with a reverence I hadn't quite understood before, mentioning names of rivers and hills in the local indigenous languages, names that sounded ancient and carried a weight of untold stories. When we finally reached the lake, it felt like we had entered another world. It was smaller than I had imagined, a jewel of dark, still water surrounded by a dense wall of towering trees. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the rocky shore and the distant call of a loon. There were no other cabins in sight, no signs of other people. Just us in the wilderness. It was exactly the escape I had been craving. Our cabin was rustic, a small wooden structure that looked like it had been there for decades. It had a musty old wood smell and the kind of cozy atmosphere that instantly made you feel at home. We quickly unpacked, Grandpa Arthur moving with a surprising agility for his age, and started setting up our fishing gear. He had brought along his trusty old fishing rod, the one he'd used since he was a boy, its worn handle testament to countless fishing trips. I had a newer, more modern setup, something he teased me about good-naturedly. As we prepared our lines, Grandpa started in on one of his stories. This time, it wasn't a tale from his youth, but something he claimed had been passed down through his family for generations. He spoke of the lake we were about to fish in, telling me it had a different name long ago, a name given to it by the indigenous people who had lived on this land for centuries. He said the lake was considered sacred, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. He recounted legends of spirits that dwelled in the deep water, creatures of immense power and ancient wisdom. He spoke of Mishipeshu, the great underwater panther, a powerful being with the head and body of a cat, sharp horns, and scales like copper. He said Mishipeshu guarded the lake and could bring both great fortune and terrible misfortune to those who dared to disturb its waters without respect. I listened, admittedly more attentively than I had to his previous stories. Perhaps it was the remoteness of our location, the feeling of being truly isolated in the wilderness. Or maybe it was the way Grandpa's voice dropped to a low, serious tone. He wasn't telling this story with the usual twinkle in his eye. He seemed genuinely earnest, his gaze fixed on the dark surface of the lake, as if he could see the mythical creature lurking beneath. He also spoke of other beings, smaller but no less significant. Water spirits that could lure travelers to their doom, and forest guardians who watched over the land, ensuring balance and respect. He explained that the indigenous people had always approached the lake with reverence, offering tobacco or other gifts as a sign of respect before fishing or taking anything from its bounty. "We need to do the same, Tyler," he said, his voice firm. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pouch of tobacco. "It's important to show respect to this place, to acknowledge the spirits who reside here." I raised an eyebrow, a skeptical smirk playing on my lips. "Grandpa, you don't really believe in all that stuff, do you?" He looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Whether I believe or not is beside the point, Tyler. It's about respecting the traditions of this land, the stories that have been told for generations. There's a power in these places, a feeling you can't quite explain. It's better to be respectful than to dismiss it entirely." He walked to the edge of the lake and quietly scattered the tobacco on the water's surface. The gesture felt a little odd, a bit theatrical, but I decided to humor him. After all, it wasn't hurting anyone, and it clearly meant something to him. We got into the small aluminum fishing boat Grandpa had brought along, and he rowed us out to the middle of the lake. The silence was profound, broken only by the dipping of the oars and the occasional splash of a fish jumping. The water was so clear that I could see several feet down, the rocky bottom dotted with patches of swaying green weeds. It looked like the perfect fishing spot. Grandpa Arthur cast his line, his movements practiced and fluid. Within minutes, his rod bent sharply, and he was reeling in a decent-sized walleye. He grinned a genuine, proud smile that warmed me. See, Tyler, I told you this place was special. I cast my own line, feeling a surge of anticipation. It wasn't long before I felt a tug, and soon I was battling my own fish, a respectable walleye that put up a good fight. We fished for a couple of hours, and Grandpa was right, the lake was teeming with fish. We caught more than we could possibly eat in one sitting. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Grandpa suggested we head back to the cabin. Best to be off the water before dark, he said, his tone a little more serious than before. Why? What's the big deal about the dark? I asked, reeling in my line for the last time. He looked towards the darkening shoreline, the shadows lengthening and the trees taking on more menacing shapes. The forest changes at night, Tyler. Things move that you don't see during the day. And the lake, well, the lake has its own secrets once the sun goes down. His words sent a slight shiver down my spine, a feeling I quickly dismissed as just the lingering effect of his earlier stories. We rowed back to the cabin, the air growing colder as darkness enveloped the lake. Inside, we lit a fire in the small wood, burning stove, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. We cooked some of the fish we had caught, the fresh, flaky meat tasting incredible. As we ate, Grandpa continued to share stories, but now they were darker, more unsettling. He spoke of strange sounds echoing across the water at night, of unexplainable ripples in the still surface, and of fishermen who had disappeared without a trace, their boats found empty and adrift the next morning. I tried to remain skeptical, attributing his tales to an overactive imagination and the atmospheric setting, but there was a certain conviction in his voice, a subtle fear in his eyes, that made it harder to dismiss them completely. I found myself glancing out the window more frequently, peering into the inky blackness that surrounded the cabin. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of an owl seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. After dinner, as we sat by the fire, the wind picked up outside, causing the trees to sway and the cabin to creak. The sound of the wind whistling through the eaves was eerie, almost like a mournful sigh. Grandpa Arthur was quiet for a long time, staring into the flames. Finally, he spoke, his voice low. There are things in this world, Tyler, things we don't understand. Things that have been here long before us, and will likely be here long after we're gone. You need to respect them, even if you don't believe in them. He looked at me, his gaze intense. Out here, in a place like this, the old ways still hold power. And sometimes those stories aren't just stories. I opened my mouth to reply, to offer some kind of logical explanation for his unease, but the words caught in my throat. There was something in his demeanor, a deep-seated apprehension, that silenced my usual skepticism. For the first time, I wondered if there might be more to his stories than I had ever given them credit for. As the wind howled outside and the fire crackled in the hearth, a sense of unease settled over me, a feeling that this fishing trip might not be as peaceful as I had hoped. And somehow, I had a growing suspicion that Grandpa's old stories were about to become a terrifying reality. Sleep didn't come easy that night. The wind seemed to claw at the cabin, its mournful cries echoing Grandpa Arthur's unsettling stories. Every rustle outside sounded like footsteps. Every shadow thrown by the flickering fire seemed to hold a hidden form. I tossed and turned in my sleeping bag, the image of the great underwater panther, Mishipeshu, with its copper scales and sharp horns swimming through the dark depths of the lake, stubbornly refusing to leave my mind. Grandpa Arthur, on the other hand, seemed to sleep soundly. I could hear his steady breathing from the other side of the small cabin. I envied his apparent peace, wishing I could dismiss his stories as easily as I used to. But the atmosphere of the lake, the sheer isolation of our location, combined with his unusual seriousness, had planted a seed of doubt in my mind. I eventually drifted off into a fitful sleep filled with strange, disjointed dreams of shadowy figures moving through the trees and unseen eyes watching me from the depths of the water. I woke up with a start just before dawn, the cabin still shrouded in a dim, pre-dawn light. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Grandpa was already up, tending to the fire. He looked tired, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a quiet pensiveness. "Morning, Tyler," he said, his voice low. "Morning, Grandpa," I replied, sitting up and rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Didn't sleep too well. He nodded knowingly. The first night in a new place can be like that, especially a place like this. We ate a quick breakfast of coffee and oatmeal, the silence between us thick with unspoken thoughts. After breakfast, Grandpa suggested we try our luck fishing again. The morning air was crisp and cool, and the lake lay before us, still and reflective, like a giant mirror. As we rowed out to our fishing spot from the day before, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The trees lining the shore seemed taller, denser, their shadows stretching long and distorted across the water. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of movement at the edge of the forest, but when I focused, there was nothing there. The fishing was slower this morning. The walleye weren't biting as readily as they had the previous day. We sat in the boat for a long time, the only sounds the gentle lapping of water and the occasional splash of a fish far off in the distance. After a couple of hours without much luck, Grandpa Arthur sighed. "Maybe we should try a different part of the lake," he suggested. "There's a little cove on the other side, near where the old creek used to flow in. I've had good luck there in the past." He started rowing towards the opposite shore, a part of the lake we hadn't explored yesterday. As we got closer to the cove, the atmosphere changed. The trees here seemed older, their branches gnarled and twisted, reaching out over the water like skeletal fingers. The air felt heavier, colder, and the silence was more profound, almost oppressive. The cove itself was a small, secluded inlet, surrounded by thick vegetation. The water here was darker, and the bottom was obscured by a tangle of submerged logs and weeds. It felt wilder, more untamed than the main part of the lake. Grandpa dropped anchor, and we cast our lines. The silence stretched on, broken only by the buzzing of insects in the nearby foliage. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. It was more than just the remoteness. There was something about this place that felt wrong. Suddenly, Grandpa stiffened. He was staring intently at the far side of the cove, where the trees grew right down to the water's edge. "Did you see that?" he whispered, his voice strained. "See what?" I asked, my heart starting to beat a little faster. Movement just at the edge of the trees. I squinted, trying to see through the dense foliage. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Something large and dark seemed to shift behind the trees, too big to be a deer or any other animal I recognized. It was gone as quickly as it appeared. "What was it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Grandpa's face was pale, his eyes wide with something I hadn't seen before, genuine fear. I don't know," he stammered. It was wrong. We sat in silence for a few minutes, both of us on edge, our fishing rods forgotten. The feeling of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes were peering at us from the shadows of the forest. Then we heard it, a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard before. It seemed to come from the trees on the shoreline, somewhere near where we had seen the movement. The sound sent a jolt of pure fear through me. My hands tightened on my fishing rod, my knuckles turning white. Grandpa's eyes darted around, searching for the source of the sound. "We need to get out of here, Tyler," he said urgently, his voice trembling slightly. "Now." He started to pull up the anchor, his movements frantic. Just as he had it free, the growling started again, closer this time. Then the trees at the edge of the cove began to rustle violently, as if something large was moving through them. We didn't wait to see what it was. Grandpa grabbed the oars and started rowing with a speed and strength I hadn't thought he possessed. The boat sliced through the water, heading back towards the main part of the lake as fast as we could go. The growling continued, following us along the shoreline. We could hear branches snapping and undergrowth being crushed. Whatever it was keeping pace with us. I turned back to look, my heart pounding in my chest. Through the trees, I caught another glimpse of something dark and massive, moving with an unnatural speed and agility. It was low to the ground, with a powerful, cat-like gait. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring out from the shadows. The image sent a wave of terror through me. Grandpa's stories flooded back into my mind. The great underwater panther Mishipeshu, the guardian of the lake. Could it be? Was that what we were seeing? We reached the middle of the lake, putting some distance between ourselves and the shoreline. The growling faded, replaced by the sound of our frantic rowing and our ragged breathing. We didn't stop until we were well away from the cove, our cabin now visible in the distance. We sat in the boat, panting, our bodies trembling with adrenaline and fear. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with the unspoken realization that whatever we had encountered in that cove was not of this ordinary world. What was that, Grandpa? I finally managed to ask, my voice shaking. He looked at me, his face pale and drawn. I don't know for sure, Tyler, but it fits the descriptions, the legends. He didn't need to say it. We both knew what he meant. The great underwater panther, the guardian of the lake, angered by our presence or perhaps by our intrusion into its sacred cove. We rowed back to the cabin in silence, the fear still gripping us. Once inside, we bolted the door and windows, even though we both knew it wouldn't offer much protection against something like what we had just seen. Grandpa Arthur busied himself building up the fire, as if the flames could ward off whatever was out there. He looked older now, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his stories suddenly seeming very real. We need to leave, Grandpa, I said, my voice firm. We need to pack up and get out of here. This place is not safe. He nodded slowly. I think you're right, Tyler. I think you're right. But even as he spoke the words, a new sound reached our ears, a sound that made our blood run cold. It started as a low, mournful howl, echoing across the still water of the lake. It was a sound filled with an ancient sorrow and a chilling power, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the very air around us. The howling grew louder, closer, as if whatever had been in the cove was now out on the open lake, searching for us. We huddled together by the fire, listening in terrified silence as the haunting cries echoed through the wilderness. Then the howling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying, filled with a sense of anticipation, of something waiting just outside the walls of our fragile cabin. We held our breath, listening intently, our eyes darting around the room, searching for any sign of movement, any indication of what was about to happen next. The stories Grandpa Arthur had told me were no longer just stories. They were coming to life, right here, in the darkness surrounding our secluded cabin on the shores of a haunted lake. And I had a sickening feeling that our fishing trip was about to turn into a nightmare beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The silence that followed the eerie howling was thick with dread. We sat huddled by the fire, our ears straining for any sound that would indicate what was out there. The wind picked up again, rattling the windows and causing the old cabin to groan. But above the wind, there was nothing, just the unnerving quiet of the wilderness at night. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Grandpa Arthur held his breath, his gaze fixed on the cabin door, his hand resting on the handle of the old axe he always kept near the fireplace. I felt a cold sweat trickling down my back, my muscles tense, every nerve in my body on high alert. Then we heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from the front of the cabin. It started low, almost imperceptible, but gradually grew louder, like something with sharp claws raking against the weathered wood. The sound moved slowly along the front wall, sending shivers down our spines. What is it? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Grandpa shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. I don't know, Tyler, but it doesn't sound friendly. The scratching stopped directly outside the door. We held our breath, waiting. The silence stretched on for a moment, then a low, rumbling growl emanated from the other side of the thin wooden barrier. It was the same guttural growl we had heard in the cove, but this time it was much closer, more menacing. Suddenly the door rattled violently, as if something was trying to force its way in. The flimsy latch looked like it wouldn't hold for long. Grandpa gripped the axe tighter, his knuckles white. Get behind me, Tyler, he said, his voice hoarse but firm. I scrambled behind him, my heart pounding in my chest. The door shuddered again, the wood splintering around the latch. We braced ourselves for the inevitable breach. But then, as quickly as it started, the assault on the door stopped. The growling subsided, replaced by a heavy, rhythmic thumping sound as if something large was pacing back and forth on the porch. We could feel the vibrations through the floorboards. This went on for what felt like hours. The thumping, the occasional low growl, the wind howling through the trees. It was a symphony of terror designed to break our resolve. We stayed huddled by the fire, our eyes fixed on the door, waiting for the inevitable. As the first hint of dawn began to filter through the cracks in the cabin walls, the thumping outside gradually faded away. The growling stopped, and the silence that followed was different this time. It wasn't the silence of anticipation, but the silence of absence. Cautiously, Grandpa Arthur approached the door, still clutching the axe. He peered through a crack in the wood. After a long moment, he let out a shaky breath. "It's gone," he whispered. "I think it's finally gone." We waited a little longer, just to be sure, before Grandpa slowly unlatched the door and pushed it open. The morning light flooded into the cabin, revealing no sign of what had been tormenting us throughout the night. The porch was empty, the ground undisturbed except for a few fallen leaves. We stepped outside, our senses on high alert. The lake was calm, reflecting the pale morning sky. The trees stood silent, their branches still swaying gently in the breeze. It was as if the terror of the night had been nothing more than a bad dream. But we knew it hadn't been a dream. The splintered wood around the door latch was proof enough of that, and the fear that still lingered in the air was palpable. We packed up our belongings quickly, our movements efficient and silent. There was no talk of fishing, no reminiscing about old times. Our only focus was on leaving this place, on getting back to civilization as quickly as possible. The drive back was tense and quiet. Grandpa Arthur seemed lost in thought, his usual stories absent. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us, some dark shape lurking at the edge of the forest. We didn't speak much until we were well away from Manitoba, the familiar landscape of towns and highways a welcome sight. As we drove, the events of the past 2 days started to feel surreal, like something out of a horror movie. Had it really happened? Had we truly encountered something from the realm of indigenous folklore? Finally, as we approached the outskirts of the city, I broke the silence. "Grandpa," I said hesitantly, "what do you think it was? That thing in the lake and outside the cabin?" He sighed, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "I told you, Tyler. The old ways still hold power in places like that. That lake, it's more than just a body of water. It's a sacred place, a place that deserves respect." He paused for a moment, then continued, his voice low and serious. I think we angered something. We went into that cove without showing proper respect. Maybe we caught too many fish. Whatever the reason, we were warned. I asked, a shiver running down my spine. That growling in the cove, the howling last night, the scratching at the door. Those were warnings, Tyler. We were lucky to get out of there unharmed. He glanced at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and something else, a profound respect for the power of the unseen. Some places are not meant to be disturbed, Tyler. Some stories are not just stories. They are reminders that there are forces in this world that we don't understand, forces that are best left undisturbed. We drove the rest of the way in silence, my mind racing. I thought back to Grandpa's stories, the tales of Mishipeshu and the other spirits of the land. I had always dismissed them as fanciful tales, products of an ancient and perhaps superstitious worldview. But now, after what we had experienced, I wasn't so sure. Back in the familiar comfort of my city apartment, surrounded by the noise and bustle of urban life, the events of the fishing trip felt distant, almost dreamlike. But the memory of the growling in the cove, the haunting howl echoing across the lake, and the frantic scratching at the cabin door remained vivid in my mind. I never went on another fishing trip to Manitoba with my grandfather. He didn't suggest it, and neither did I. We spoke about it sometimes in hushed tones, always careful not to dwell on the details. Grandpa seemed more withdrawn after that trip, as if the encounter had shaken him to his core. I still go fishing occasionally, but never in remote, secluded locations. I stick to well-populated areas, places where the wilderness feels less alive. And whenever I hear a strange sound in the night, or see a flicker of movement in the shadows, a part of me always remembers that secluded lake in Manitoba and the terrifying night we spent in that small wooden cabin. I still don't know for sure what we encountered that night. Maybe it was just a wild animal, its behavior amplified by our fear and the isolation of our surroundings. Or maybe Grandpa Arthur was right. Maybe it was something older, something more powerful, something that dwells in the deep waters and ancient forests, a reminder that some parts of the world are still governed by forces beyond our comprehension. Whatever it was, the experience changed me. I no longer laugh at old stories, especially those that speak of the power and mystery of the natural world. Because sometimes, just sometimes, the legends are real. And sometimes you don't believe them until they come scratching at your door in the dead of night. What's up? I'm Brittany. Most people just call me Brit. I guess you could say I'm your typical 20-something, fueled by iced coffee and the fleeting desire to see something truly authentic before the algorithm completely flattens the world. That's probably why I found myself crammed in the back of a slightly too small SUV with Liam and Chloe, bouncing along a gravel road that seemed to have a personal vendetta against our spines. Our destination, Fundy National Park, nestled in the heart of New Brunswick, Canada. Now, I know what you're thinking. Canada. Isn't that all polite people and maple syrup? And yeah, that's mostly true, but dig a little deeper, especially when you're talking about vast stretches of wilderness like Fundy, and you start to hear whispers. Whispers of things unseen, of places untouched, of histories that have been swallowed by the dense Acadian forests. Liam, ever the enthusiastic planner of our little excursions, had stumbled upon some obscure blog posts talking about the park's lesser known trails, the ones that weren't plastered all over Instagram with Fen Nature over and a string of maple leaf emojis. These were the trails that, according to the bloggers who all seemed to have pseudonyms like Wandering Will and Forest Whisperer, held a certain uniqueness. Chloe, my best friend since kindergarten and the resident skeptic of our group, had rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck. Uniqueness usually translates to overgrown and infested with mosquitoes, Liam, she'd said, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. But even Chloe, deep down, had a sliver of that same yearning for something beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, she would have stayed back in our cozy Airbnb, probably binge watching some true crime documentary. Me, I was somewhere in the middle. I loved the idea of uncovering something new, something that would give us a story to tell that didn't involve which craft brewery had the best hazy IPA. But I also had a healthy respect for the wild. My mama always told me, nature's beautiful sugar, but she ain't your friend. That always stuck with me. The drive into the park was breathtaking in that classic Canadian way. Towering pines that seemed to scrape the sky, their branches intertwined like ancient arms. Patches of sunlight dappled the forest floor, illuminating vibrant green moss and the occasional scurrying chipmunk. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. For a while, even Chloe put down her phone and just stared out the window. We finally reached the trailhead Liam had been so insistent about. It wasn't marked on the official park map, which should have been our first clue. Instead, there was a small, weathered wooden sign that simply read, "The Old Logging Road." Liam, of course, was ecstatic. "See, told you! Off the beaten path!" he exclaimed, practically jumping out of the car. Chloe squinted at the sign. Old Logging Road. Sounds thrilling. I just shrugged, grabbing my backpack from the trunk. We were all reasonably experienced hikers. We had our bear spray necessity in these parts, apparently plenty of water, and enough trail mix to last us a week. What could go wrong? Famous last words, I know. The initial part of the trail was actually quite pleasant. The old road was wider than a typical hiking path, though it was clearly no longer maintained. Wildflowers poked through cracks in the gravel, and ferns lined the edges like a green carpet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a peaceful, almost serene atmosphere. We walked in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds the crunch of our boots on the path and the occasional chirping of birds. Liam, naturally, was the first to break the quiet. So, according to my research, he began adjusting his glasses. This logging road was used back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. There was a small logging community deeper in the woods. Apparently, they packed up and left pretty suddenly. No real explanation why. Probably ran out of trees to chop down. Chloe said dryly. Maybe, Liam conceded. But there are some local legends. Folks around here say the woods are different in this part of the park. Older. They say things have been here longer than we can imagine. Oh, spooky. Chloe mocked, though I noticed she glanced nervously into the dense trees that flanked the road. As we walked further, the character of the trail began to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches forming a dense, almost claustrophobic canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air grew cooler and a damp, earthy smell replaced the fresh pine scent. The undergrowth became thicker, making it harder to see off the sides of the path. It felt like the forest was intentionally trying to obscure what lay beyond. We hadn't seen another person since we'd parked the car. The usual buzz of hikers and nature enthusiasts that you expect in a national park was completely absent here. It was just us, the increasingly silent forest, and the growing sense that we were venturing somewhere we weren't really supposed to be. After what felt like hours, though it was probably only a couple, the old logging road abruptly ended in a small clearing. Before us stood a wall of tangled underbrush, effectively blocking any further progress. Well, that's that. Chloe said, a hint of relief in her voice. Looks like our off-the-beaten-path adventure has reached its end. Liam, however, was peering intently at something to the left of the clearing. Wait a minute, look at this. He pushed aside a thick curtain of ferns, revealing a narrow, overgrown trail leading into the deeper woods. It was barely wide enough for one person to walk comfortably, and it was almost completely obscured by vegetation. Are you serious, Lamb? Chloe groaned. We're not going down there, are we? Come on, Liam urged, his eyes shining with excitement. This has to be it. This is where the really interesting stuff is? I hesitated. My mama's words echoed in my head. This didn't feel right. The air here was heavy still, almost like it was holding its breath. But Liam's enthusiasm was infectious, and Chloe, despite her protests, was clearly curious. Chloe sighed, shouldering her backpack. But if we get eaten by a bear, I'm blaming you. Liam grinned triumphantly and plunged onto the narrow trail. Chloe and I exchanged a look and then followed, pushing our way through the dense foliage. The forest here was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The trees were ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, covered in moss and strange, bulbous growths. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the silence was profound, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The trail wound deeper and deeper into the woods, climbing gently uphill. It was slow going, and the constant brushing against the damp undergrowth was starting to get on my nerves. I kept feeling like something was watching us from the shadows, though every time I stopped to look, there was nothing there. Just as I was starting to think we'd made a huge mistake, the trees began to thin out. A faint light filtered through the canopy, and we could hear the sound of running water. The trail descended sharply, and then, suddenly, we were standing on the edge of a small, secluded valley. A narrow stream gurgled over smooth stones at the bottom, and on the other side, nestled amongst the trees, was something. It wasn't a building, not exactly. It looked more like a collection of structures built from rough-hewn timber and covered in moss and vines. They were arranged in a haphazard way, almost like they had grown out of the forest itself. There were no signs of life, no smoke rising from any chimneys, no sounds of people. It was eerily silent. What is this place? Chloe whispered, her usual sarcasm completely gone. Liam was speechless, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at the strange settlement. It looked old, really old. Older than the logging road. Older than anything I could have imagined finding in the middle of a national park. It felt like we had stumbled upon something lost to time, a secret that the forest had kept hidden for centuries. A sense of unease settled over me, a prickling feeling on the back of my neck. This place didn't feel right. It felt wrong. Like we had inadvertently stepped across a boundary, stumbled into a place where we weren't welcome. We should probably turn back, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. But Liam was already starting down the steep embankment towards the stream. Are you kidding me? We have to check this out. Chloe and I exchanged another worried glance. We knew this was a bad idea. We could feel it in our bones. But Liam was already halfway down, and we knew he wouldn't turn back. With a shared sigh, we followed him into the silent, unsettling valley. The descent down the embankment was trickier than it looked. The ground was loose and covered in damp leaves, and I nearly lost my footing a couple of times. Chloe, ever the more graceful one, managed to navigate the slope with a bit more ease, though even she let out a small yelp as her foot slipped on a moss-covered rock. Liam, oblivious to our near, tumbles, was already wading through the shallow stream, his eyes fixed on the cluster of strange structures across the way. The water was surprisingly cold, even through my hiking boots. It rushed over smooth, colorful stones, making a gentle gurgling sound that seemed strangely out of place in the otherwise oppressive silence. As we reached the other side, the air grew heavier, thick with a musty, almost sweet odor that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't a pleasant smell, more like something organic that had been left to decay for far too long. The structures were even more unsettling up close. They weren't built with any discernible plan or pattern. Some were small, roughly square huts with steeply pitched roofs made of what looked like woven branches and mud. Others were larger, more elongated buildings, almost like sheds, with walls constructed from roughly hewn logs that were now covered in a thick layer of green moss and climbing vines. Many of the structures seemed to lean precariously, as if they were on the verge of collapsing back into the earth from which they had sprung. There were no windows in any of the buildings that we could see, just small, dark openings that could have been doorways. They seemed to stare out at us like empty eye sockets, adding to the overall feeling of dereliction and decay. The only sign of any kind of activity was a narrow, well-worn path that snaked its way between the structures, disappearing into the dense woods on the other side of the settlement. Liam, his initial excitement seemingly undeterred by the eerie atmosphere, began to move slowly down the path, his head swiveling from side to side as he took in every detail. Chloe and I stayed close behind him, our senses on high alert. The silence here was unnerving, a complete absence of the usual sounds of the forest. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed, not even the rustling of leaves in the breeze. It was as if the entire valley was holding its breath. We passed several of the smaller huts, their dark doorways inviting unwanted curiosity. I had a strong urge to peek inside, but something held me back. A primal fear, perhaps a sense that some doors are better left unopened. Chloe seemed to feel the same way, her hand resting nervously on my arm as we walked by. As we ventured further into the settlement, the structures became larger and more elaborate, though no less unsettling. One building in particular caught my attention. It was larger than the others, almost like a communal hall, with a high, pointed roof and what looked like crude carvings etched into the weathered logs of its walls. The carvings were strange and unsettling, depicting figures that were vaguely human but with elongated limbs and grotesque features. Their eyes, crudely represented by deep gouges in the wood, seemed to follow us as we walked past. "What do you think this place was?" Lamb whispered, his voice hushed with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "A logging camp. But why would they build these weird things?" "Maybe it wasn't a logging camp," Chloe said softly, her gaze fixed on the strange carvings. "Maybe it was something else entirely." As we continued along the path, we came to a small, open area in the center of the settlement. Here, the structures were arranged in a rough circle around what appeared to be a large, flat stone. The stone was covered in more of the unsettling carvings, along with a series of small, circular depressions that looked like they might have once held something. The air here was even heavier, the strange sweet odor almost overpowering. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, and I had to fight the urge to turn and run. Chloe looked pale and clammy, and even Liam seemed to have lost some of his earlier enthusiasm. Suddenly, a glint of metal caught my eye. It was partially hidden beneath a pile of moss and decaying leaves near the edge of the clearing. I cautiously knelt down and brushed away the debris, revealing a small, intricately carved box made of a dark, unfamiliar metal. It was about the size of my hand with smooth, rounded edges and strange symbols etched into its surface. "Whoa, look at this," I said, holding up the box. Liam and Chloe crowded around, their earlier unease momentarily forgotten in the face of this new discovery. The metal was cool to the touch, and it had a strange, almost magnetic feel to it. The symbols carved into the surface were unlike anything I had ever seen before, a bizarre mix of geometric shapes and swirling lines that seemed to writhe and shift as I looked at them. "What do you think it is?" Liam asked, his voice filled with excitement. "I have no idea," I said, turning the box over in my hands, "but it feels old, really old." As I examined the box, I noticed a small latch on one side. It was stiff and slightly corroded, but with a bit of effort, I managed to slide it open. The lid creaked open, revealing a small, dark interior. Peering inside, I saw a single object resting on a bed of what looked like dried herbs. It was a small, smooth stone, no bigger than a robin's egg. The stone was an unusual shade of deep purple, and it seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. It was strangely beautiful, almost mesmerizing. "What is it?" Chloe breathed, leaning closer. I reached into the box and carefully lifted out the stone. It felt warm in my hand, and as I held it, I felt a strange tingling sensation run up my arm. The purple light seemed to intensify, and the air around us shimmered slightly. Suddenly, the silence of the valley was shattered by a low, guttural growl. It seemed to come from the woods beyond the clearing, and it was unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was deep and resonant, filled with a primal menace that sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Liam and Chloe both jumped, their eyes wide with alarm. The growling came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush. What was that? Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. Liam's face was pale. I don't know. But I don't think we want to find out. We scrambled to our feet, our eyes darting around the clearing. The shadows between the strange structures seemed to deepen, and the musty odor in the air grew stronger, more pungent. The growling came again, even closer this time, and I could feel the vibrations in the ground beneath my feet. We need to get out of here, I said urgently, my heart pounding in my chest. Without waiting for a response, I turned and started to run back the way we had come, towards the narrow path that led out of the valley. Liam and Chloe were right behind me, their footsteps echoing mine in the sudden, terrifying urgency of our retreat. The growling continued to pursue us, seeming to get closer with every step. I could hear the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves as whatever it was crashed through the woods behind us. I didn't dare to look back, my only focus on putting as much distance as possible between us and that terrifying sound. We burst back onto the main trail, our lungs burning and our legs aching. We didn't stop running until we were well away from the valley, the strange settlement, and whatever unholy thing lurked within its silent depths. Only when we were back on the old logging road, the familiar scent of pine filling our nostrils, did we finally slow down, gasping for breath. I still clutched the purple stone in my hand. It was still warm, still pulsing with that faint, inner light. As I looked at it, a chilling thought occurred to me. Had we just stumbled upon an ancient artifact, or had we awakened something that had been dormant in that forgotten valley for centuries? And more importantly, what did it want? We didn't speak much as we practically ran back towards this UV. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. The growling had stopped, but the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, lingered in the air. It was like an invisible weight pressing down on us, making each step feel heavy and labored. By the time we reached the car, we were panting and covered in sweat. Liam fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly it took him a couple of tries to get the door unlocked. We practically dove into the vehicle, slamming the doors shut behind us as if they could somehow protect us from whatever was lurking in the woods. Liam started the engine with a roar, and we sped away down the gravel road, not stopping until we reached the main park road and the relative safety of other vehicles and clearly marked trails. Only then did we finally allow ourselves to breathe a collective sigh of relief. What do you think that was? Chloe finally managed to stammer, her face still pale. Liam shook his head, his eyes wide and unfocused. I don't know, I have no idea. But that sound, he trailed off, unable to put words to the primal terror we had all felt. I looked down at the purple stone still clutched tightly in my hand. It had stopped glowing, but it still felt strangely warm. The unsettling symbols on the metal box seemed to red in the dim light of the car. A sudden urge to throw it out the window washed over me, but something held me back. Curiosity. Stupidity. I wasn't sure. We need to tell someone, Chloe said, her voice more resolute now. The park rangers, the police, someone needs to know about that place. Liam nodded in agreement. Yeah, definitely. That wasn't just some old logging camp. That was something else. But as the days turned into weeks back home, we found ourselves strangely reluctant to go to the authorities. We had no concrete evidence, just our terrifying experience and a strange purple stone. Who would believe us? We imagined the park rangers, their polite Canadian smiles, listening to our frantic story of growling monsters and hidden settlements with a healthy dose of skepticism. We could just see the headline, Tourist Claim Encounter with Bigfoot in Fundy National Park. So we kept our story to ourselves, a shared secret that bonded us in a strange, unsettling way. But the memory of that silent valley, the grotesque carvings, and that terrifying growl continued to haunt my dreams. I still have the box and the stone. It sits locked away in a drawer in my nightstand, a constant reminder of our trip to Fundy. Sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I take it out and look at it. The stone remains inert, a smooth purple pebble. But the symbols on the box, sometimes in the right light, they seem to shift and rearrange themselves, whispering secrets in a language I don't understand but feel deep in my bones. Life slowly returned to normal. Chloe went back to her job as a graphic designer, and Liam continued his pursuit of obscure historical facts. As for me, I tried to focus on my work, on the mundane routines of everyday life. But the wilderness of Fundy had left its mark on me, a subtle but persistent unease that I couldn't shake. Then, a few months later, I started to notice things, small things at first. A strange symbol etched into the bark of a tree on my usual hiking trail, the same symbol that was on the box. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, shadowy figure moving in the periphery of my vision during my evening walk. A recurring dream of a silent valley bathed in an eerie purple light. At first, I dismissed them as coincidences, tricks of the mind. But they became more frequent, more insistent. I started to feel like I was being watched again, not in the terrifying, immediate way of that day in the woods, but in a more subtle, insidious way. A feeling that something was observing me from the shadows, its presence just out of sight. I talked to Chloe and Liam about it, but they hadn't experienced anything similar. They tried to reassure me, telling me it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, a lingering effect of the fear we had shared. But I knew better. I could feel it. Something had followed us out of that valley. Something had been awakened. One evening, I was sitting at my kitchen table, working on my laptop. It was late, and the house was quiet. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness. A wave of panic washed over me. Power outages weren't uncommon in my neighborhood, but this felt different. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. As the beam of light cut through the darkness, I saw it. Scratched into the surface of my wooden kitchen table, right in front of where I had been sitting, was one of the symbols from the box. It was small, almost invisible, but it was there. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't my imagination. Whatever we had encountered in Fundy National Park was real, and it had somehow followed me home. I grabbed the box from my nightstand, my hands trembling. The purple stone inside seemed to pulse with a faint light, even in the darkness. I felt a strange pull, a compelling urge to go back to that valley, to understand what we had found, what we had disturbed. I know it's a terrible idea. I know it's probably the last thing I should do. But the feeling is overwhelming, a sense of dread mixed with an irresistible curiosity. I have to know what that place was, what that creature was, and what it wants with me. So, I'm planning another trip. I'm not telling Liam or Chloe this time. I can't. I don't want to put them in danger again. This is something I have to face on my own. I'm going back to Fundy National Park. I'm going back to the old logging road. And this time, I'm going to find out what secrets that Silent Valley is hiding, no matter the cost. I just hope I don't regret it. Because deep down, I have a terrible feeling that whatever we stumbled upon wasn't meant to be found, and now it's found us. And that's a whole lot more unsettling than just a few overgrown trails and some hungry mosquitoes. My name is Scott, and for a good 15 years, I was part of a search and rescue team stationed in the vast, often unforgiving wilderness of Saskatchewan. It's a land of stark beauty, endless skies that bleed into equally endless fields of wheat in the summer, and in the winter, a landscape that can turn relentlessly hostile in the blink of an eye. We covered a huge territory, from the rolling parklands in the south to the dense boreal forests that stretch towards the Arctic. You see a lot in this line of work. You witness the resilience of the human spirit, the sheer will to survive against all odds. You also see tragedy, loss that can claw at your insides and leave a hollow ache for years. But there's one case, just one, that burrowed its way under my skin and still surfaces in my nightmares, a cold knot of dread that tightens whenever I think about it. I remember the call coming in late in October. The days were getting shorter, the air had that sharp, biting edge that signaled the coming of a long winter. We were just finishing up our evening briefing at the station, the smell of lukewarm coffee and stale donuts hanging heavy in the air. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio, cutting through the mundane routine. A hiker, a young woman named Sarah Jenkins, had gone missing in the Cypress Hills Interprovincial Park. She'd been on a solo overnight trek, reported overdue by her parents when she hadn't checked in that morning. The Cypress Hills are beautiful, don't get me wrong, but they're also immense and can be disorienting, especially if you stray off the marked trails. It's easy to lose your way amongst the thick stands of lodgepole pine and the steep, winding ravines. And in late October, the weather can turn on a dime. One minute you're enjoying a crisp, sunny afternoon, and the next you're battling a sudden snow squall that reduces visibility to near zero. Our team mobilized quickly. We were a tight-knit bunch, a mix of seasoned veterans and younger, eager recruits. There was Old Man Johnson, our lead navigator, who could read a map like it was written in his own blood. Maria Rodriguez, a former paramedic, was our medical expert, always calm and collected under pressure. And then there was me, somewhere in the middle, with a decent track record and a knack for keeping my head in stressful situations, or at least that's what I used to tell myself. We set up our base camp near the last known location of Sarah's car, which was found parked at the trailhead. The initial hours were crucial. We organized into search parties, each assigned a specific grid to cover. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles as we fanned out, our boots crunching on the fallen leaves. We called out Sarah's name, our voices echoing through the silent woods, hoping for a response, any sign that she was still out there. The first day yielded nothing. No footprints, no discarded gear, no sign of Sarah whatsoever. As darkness fell, a heavy fog rolled in, clinging to the trees and muffling the sounds of the forest. We huddled around a crackling bonfire back at base camp, the flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to mock our growing unease. The temperature had dropped sharply, and a damp chill seeped into our bones. Hope was starting to dwindle, but we pushed it down. We had to. Giving up wasn't an option. The next morning, we broadened our search area, bringing in a couple of dog teams. The dogs, bless their keen senses, were usually our best bet in these situations. But even they struggled. The ground was hard, and the recent light rain had washed away much of any potential scent trail. We spent the entire day crisscrossing the rugged terrain, our eyes scanning every inch of the forest floor, every hollow and thicket. We found a few deer trails, some animal tracks, even an old, abandoned hunting blind, but nothing that belonged to Sarah. By the end of the second day, a palpable tension had settled over the team. The optimism of the first few hours had long since evaporated, replaced by a grim resignation. The odds of finding Sarah alive were dropping with each passing hour. The thought gnawed at me, the image of her out there alone, possibly injured, exposed to the elements. It's a burden we all carried, a silent weight that pressed down on us with every step. That night, huddled in my tent, trying to escape the relentless dampness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something beyond just a lost hiker. There was an unnatural stillness to the forest, an absence of the usual nocturnal sounds. Even the crickets seemed to have fallen silent. It was a silence that felt heavy, expectant, almost malevolent. I tried to tell myself it was just the stress, the exhaustion playing tricks on my mind, but the feeling persisted, a cold dread that prickled the hairs on the back of my neck. On the third day, we decided to focus our efforts on a particularly dense and remote section of the park, an area known as the Whispering Woods by the locals. It was a place with a somewhat ominous reputation, a tangle of ancient trees and deep shadows that even on a bright day felt strangely unsettling. Most hikers avoided it, sticking to the well-maintained trails. But if Sarah had gotten lost or disoriented, it was possible she could have wandered in there. The terrain in the Whispering Woods was treacherous. The ground was uneven, riddled with hidden roots and moss-covered rocks. The canopy above was so thick that only slivers of sunlight managed to penetrate, creating an eerie, perpetual twilight. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and the silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth and the distant, mournful call of a raven. As we moved deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. It felt like we were being watched, like unseen eyes were following our every move. Even the most experienced members of our team seemed on edge, their usual banter replaced by a strained silence. We spread out, maintaining visual contact as best we could through the dense foliage, our senses on high alert for any sign of Sarah. It was around mid-afternoon when Johnson, who was working a ridgeline about 50 yards to my left, let out a shout that made my blood run cold. It wasn't a shout of discovery, not the excited call you hope to hear in a search and rescue operation. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. I scrambled towards him, my heart pounding in my chest, pushing through the dense undergrowth. When I reached him, I found him standing frozen, his face pale and his eyes wide with a fear I had never seen in him before. He was pointing towards a small clearing nestled between a cluster of ancient, gnarled trees. At first, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The clearing was small, perhaps no more than 20 feet across, carpeted with a thick layer of dead leaves. But then, as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw it. In the center of the clearing, partially hidden beneath a pile of moss-covered stones, was something that made the breath catch in my throat and a wave of nausea wash over me. It wasn't Sarah. It was something far, far worse. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It was a body, or rather, the remains of a body. Not fresh, not like Sarah would be after only a couple of days. This was old. The skeleton was mostly intact, lying in a fetal position. The bones were brittle and discolored, almost black in places, as if they had been exposed to the elements for a very long time. Patches of what looked like dried, leathery skin clung to the skull and some of the larger bones. The clothing was tattered and faded, barely recognizable as fabric anymore, but I could make out remnants of what might have been a heavy wool coat and thick trousers. Definitely not the kind of gear a young woman on an overnight hike in October would be wearing. But it wasn't just the age of the remains that sent a shiver down my spine. It was the sheer size of them. The skull was enormous, easily twice the size of a normal human skull. The leg bones were thick and long, suggesting a height that would have been well over 7 feet. Maybe even 8. This wasn't human. Not in the way we understand it. Johnson was still standing there, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I put a hand on his shoulder, feeling the tremor that ran through his body. "Johnson, are you all right?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He just shook his head, his eyes fixed on the skeletal figure. What is that?" He stammered, his voice thick with disbelief and fear. I didn't have an answer. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the impossible. This couldn't be some kind of prank. We were miles deep in the wilderness, in a place most people wouldn't dare to venture, and the sheer decay of the remains suggested they had been here for decades, maybe even longer. We called the rest of the team over, our voices hushed, urgent. When Maria and the others saw what we had found, their reactions mirrored our own, a mixture of shock, confusion, and a growing sense of unease. Maria, ever the professional, immediately knelt down to examine the remains more closely, though I could see the apprehension in her eyes. "Definitely not recent," she said, her voice low and serious. "The decomposition is extensive. Judging by the state of the bones, I'd say this individual has been here for a very long time. But what about the size?" One of the younger team members, a guy named David, asked, his voice trembling slightly. It's huge." Maria nodded, her brow furrowed. "Yes, it is. The skeletal structure is unusual. I've never seen anything like it. It's humanoid, but the proportions are all wrong." Johnson, who had regained some of his composure, spoke up, his voice still a little shaky. "Could it be some kind of large animal?" Maria shook her head. "No, the bone structure is too similar to a human. Look at the shape of the skull, the pelvis. It's bipedal, definitely, but oversized." The silence that followed was heavy, filled with unspoken questions and a growing sense of dread. We were trained to find missing people, to bring them home. We weren't prepared for this. This discovery felt wrong, out of place, like something ripped from the pages of a bad dream. Our first priority was to document the find and secure the area. We took photographs from every angle, carefully noting the position of the remains and any discernible features. We marked the perimeter of the clearing with flagging tape, trying to keep our own footprints away from the immediate area. The thought of contaminating a potential crime scene, however old, hung in the air. Then came the inevitable question, what do we do now? We still had a missing person to find. Sarah Jenkins was still out there somewhere, and every minute that passed reduced her chances of survival. But we couldn't just ignore what we had stumbled upon. This thing needed to be investigated. After a brief discussion over the radio with our base commander, we decided to split the team. 2 of us would stay behind to guard the site and begin the slow process of carefully excavating the remains, while the rest would continue the search for Sarah. I volunteered to stay with Johnson. I didn't want to leave him alone with this thing. He was clearly shaken, and frankly, so was I. The rest of the team headed off, their figures disappearing quickly into the dense undergrowth. Johnson and I were left alone in the eerie silence of the whispering woods, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. The weight of our discovery pressed down on us, a tangible presence in the small clearing. We started the painstaking task of uncovering the rest of the skeleton. The moss and leaves that had partially concealed it were damp and clinging to the bones. As we carefully brushed them away, more of the creature was revealed. The ribcage was enormous, the fingers long and slender, almost skeletal themselves. There was something disturbingly elegant about the way it lay there, despite its unnatural size. As we worked, Johnson kept glancing nervously at the surrounding woods, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Did you see any tracks?" he asked me, his voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head. "No. The ground is too hard, too covered in leaves, nothing clear anyway." But the thought lingered in my mind. If this creature had died here, what had killed it? Or had it simply succumbed to old age? And if there was one, could there be others? The whispering woods suddenly felt a lot less silent, the rustling leaves sounding more like furtive movements, the shadows seeming to deepen and shift in the periphery of my vision. We continued our work, the silence punctuated only by the soft scraping of our trowels against the earth and the occasional snap of a twig in the distance. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows that danced among the trees, turning familiar shapes into menacing figures. A chill wind whispered through the branches, and the temperature began to drop rapidly. Just as the last rays of sunlight faded from the clearing, we unearthed something else, something that made my heart leap into my throat. Beneath the skeleton's enormous hand, clutched tightly as if it had been the most precious thing in the world, was a small, intricately carved wooden doll. It was clearly handmade, crudely fashioned from pieces of bark and twigs, but there was a strange artistry to it. It resembled a human figure, though its features were exaggerated and grotesque, with large, unblinking eyes carved from dark pebbles. The doll was so out of place, so incongruous with the massive, ancient skeleton that held it, that it sent a fresh wave of unease through me. What was the connection? Had this giant creature made the doll? Or had it belonged to someone else? Someone who had perhaps met a terrible end in this forgotten corner of the woods. Johnson stared at the doll with a look of horrified fascination. What do you think it is?" he asked, his voice barely audible. I didn't know. All I knew was that the longer we stayed in that clearing, the more I felt like we were intruding on something ancient, something that was not meant to be found. The silence of the whispering woods had taken on a new quality, no longer just empty but expectant, as if something was about to emerge from the shadows. And then we heard it. A sound that made the blood run cold in our veins. A sound that would forever be etched into my memory. It started as a low, guttural moan, a sound of immense pain and sorrow that seemed to echo through the trees. It grew louder, rising in pitch, becoming a drawn-out, chilling wail that pierced the stillness of the twilight. It was a sound unlike anything I had ever heard before, animalistic yet strangely human, filled with an agony that felt ancient and profound. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. Johnson grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. We both froze, our eyes wide, scanning the surrounding darkness, trying to pinpoint the source of the terrifying sound. The wailing continued closer now, seemingly circling us. It was a sound that spoke of immense suffering, a sound that hinted at a world beyond our comprehension, a world where giants roamed and ancient secrets lay buried beneath the whispering trees. And in that moment, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that we had stumbled upon something truly terrifying in the heart of the Saskatchewan wilderness, something that would haunt our dreams forever. And Sarah Jenkins, the missing hiker, I suddenly had a terrible feeling that whatever had happened to her was connected to this horror we had unearthed. The thought made my stomach churn with a fear more profound than anything I had ever experienced before. The wailing echoed through the woods, each mournful cry seeming to vibrate in my very bones. Johnson and I stood frozen, our flashlights frantically cutting through the encroaching darkness, trying to locate the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from all around us, a disembodied sorrow that permeated the very air. "What in God's name is that?" Johnson whispered, his voice trembling. I shook my head, unable to speak. I had no idea. The sound was like nothing I had ever heard before, a horrifying blend of human agony and something ancient and wild. It spoke of immense suffering, of a pain that had echoed through the ages. Then through the trees we saw it. At first, it was just a glimpse, a fleeting shadow moving amongst the dense foliage. But as it drew closer to the clearing, the moonlight filtering through the branches revealed its form. It was tall, impossibly tall, even taller than the skeleton we had just unearthed. Its limbs were long and spindly, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but its skin appeared stretched and thin, almost translucent in the pale light, revealing a network of dark veins beneath. Its head was large and elongated, with vacant, black eyes that seemed to stare right through us. And from its wide, gaping mouth came the horrifying wail that had frozen us in our tracks. It was like something out of a nightmare, a creature that should not exist. It moved with an unsettling grace, its long limbs gliding through the undergrowth as if it were floating. As it entered the clearing, its eyes fixed on the skeletal remains we had uncovered. The wailing intensified, becoming a deafening shriek of grief and rage. We stood there, paralyzed by fear, our flashlights shaking in our trembling hands. The creature approached the skeleton, its movements slow and deliberate. It knelt down beside the ancient bones, its long skeletal fingers gently tracing the outline of the massive skull. The sound that emanated from it now was a soft, heart-wrenching sob, a sound of profound loss. Then its gaze shifted, its black eyes, devoid of any discernible emotion just moments before, locked onto us. A low growl rumbled in its chest, a sound that promised violence. It rose to its full, terrifying height, towering over us, its shadow stretching long and distorted across the clearing. We knew we had to run. There was no reasoning with this thing, no understanding its pain. Survival instincts took over, and we turned and fled into the darkness of the woods, the creature's horrifying wails echoing behind us. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the dense trees and into a small moonlit meadow. We stumbled and gasped for breath, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding like drums in our chests. We looked back, but the creature hadn't followed us. The wailing had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence. We made our way back to base camp as quickly as we could, our minds reeling from what we had witnessed. The rest of the team was already back, their faces etched with worry. When we told them what we had found, the giant skeleton, the doll, the creature, they looked at us with a mixture of disbelief and horror. The next morning, we returned to the clearing, a larger, armed team this time. But the creature was gone. The skeletal remains were still there, undisturbed. The small wooden doll lay beside the massive hand, a silent testament to the bizarre and terrifying encounter. The official report filed by our team mentioned an unidentified, oversized humanoid skeleton and attributed our terrified state to possible stress-induced hallucinations. No one believed our story about the wailing creature. They couldn't. It sounded too outlandish, too unbelievable. The disappearance of Sarah Jenkins remained a mystery. We searched for days, but found no trace of her. Eventually, the search was called off, and she was presumed lost. But I know, deep down, that her disappearance was connected to what we found in the Whispering Woods. Perhaps she had stumbled upon the clearing, perhaps she had seen the creature, or perhaps the creature had taken her. I left the search and rescue team a few months later. I couldn't shake the memory of those black eyes, the haunting wail, the sheer wrongness of it all. I tried to explain it away, to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my exhausted imagination. But I know what I saw, we both did. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I hear it again, that distant, mournful wail echoing through the darkness. And I remember the giant skeleton, the small wooden doll, and the terrifying creature that mourned its loss in the silent depths of the Saskatchewan wilderness. And I know that some mysteries are best left unsolved, some doors best left unopened. Because in the vast, untamed corners of our world, there are things that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows, and sometimes they find you. And once they do, they never truly let you go. The Whispering Woods hold secrets that are far older and far more terrifying than any lost hiker. And I pray that no one else ever stumbles upon them. My name is Olivia, and if you're reading this, maybe you'll understand. Maybe you've heard stories like mine, dismissed them as fiction, the product of an overactive imagination fueled by too many late nights and not enough sleep. I used to be one of you. I prided myself on my rationality, my ability to dissect the outlandish and find the logical explanation. But that was before Prince Edward Island, before the whispers started. I came to PI seeking solace, a break from the relentless hum of city life that had begun to feel like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. My life back in Chicago had become a tangled mess of deadlines, demanding clients, and a relationship that had sputtered and died like a forgotten campfire. I needed space, air, the kind of quiet that allows you to hear your own thoughts again. And from the pictures online, Prince Edward Island seemed like the perfect antidote. Rolling green hills that met dramatic red cliffs, the endless expanse of the Atlantic, charming little towns that looked like they'd been plucked from a postcard, it all promised a tranquility I desperately craved. I planned my trip meticulously. I'm not exactly an experienced camper, more of a glamper, if I'm being honest, but I was determined to push myself, to embrace a little discomfort in exchange for genuine peace. I chose Cavendish Beach Campground in Prince Edward Island National Park, drawn by the promise of stunning coastal scenery and well-maintained facilities. I booked a secluded tent site nestled amongst a small grove of pines, far enough from the other campers that I wouldn't have to listen to their conversations or the incessant drone of their RV generators. The drive from the ferry in Wood Islands to Cavendish was breathtaking. The island lived up to every picture I'd seen. The air was clean and crisp, carrying the scent of saltwater and blooming wildflowers. The landscape was a patchwork of vibrant greens and the distinctive red soil, all under a vast, cerulean sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. For the first time in months, I felt a sliver of hope rekindle within me. Maybe this trip was exactly what I needed. Setting up my tent was more of an ordeal than I'd anticipated. I'd practiced in my backyard once, but the reality of wrestling with tent poles and rain flies in the actual wilderness, or at least what felt like it to my city, slicker self, was a different beast altogether. After what felt like an eternity in a minor skirmish with a particularly stubborn tent peg, my little nylon haven was finally standing. It wasn't perfect, a little lopsided, but it would do. The first few days were idyllic. I spent my mornings hiking along the coastal trails, the rhythmic crash of the waves against the cliffs a constant, soothing soundtrack. I explored the charming town of Cavendish, indulging in fresh seafood and browsed the quaint shops. In the evenings, I'd build a small fire in the provided pit, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange, pink, and purple, feeling a sense of calm wash over me that I hadn't experienced in years. The isolation I'd initially sought felt comforting, a welcome embrace rather than a suffocating loneliness. It was on the fourth night that things started to shift. The weather had taken a turn that afternoon. The clear blue skies had been replaced by a thick, oppressive fog that rolled in off the ocean, swallowing the coastline and muffling all sound. The temperature dropped, and a damp chill permeated the air. I'd retreated to my tent earlier than usual, the fog creating an eerie atmosphere that made the surrounding woods feel suddenly less inviting. I lay in my sleeping bag, trying to read a book by the dim light of my headlamp, but the oppressive silence outside was unnerving. Back in the city, there was always some background noise, the distant wail of a siren, the rumble of traffic, the faint murmur of conversations. Here, in the dense fog, there was nothing, just a thick, heavy silence that felt like it was pressing in on me. Then I heard it. It was faint at first, a barely perceptible whisper carried on the damp air. I held my breath, straining to hear over the sound of my own heartbeat drumming in my ears. Was it the wind? The fog playing tricks on my senses. I told myself it was nothing, just the natural sounds of the island at night. But then it came again, clearer this time. A soft, sibilant whisper just outside my tent. It sounded like someone was speaking, but I couldn't make out any words. It was more like the rustling of dry leaves, but with a strange, almost human quality. My heart began to pound in my chest. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking as I switched it on. The beam cut through the thin nylon of the tent, but revealed nothing but the swirling gray fog just inches away. I pressed my ear against the fabric, listening intently. The whispering had stopped. I told myself it was just my imagination, the isolation, and the eerie fog getting to me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind whistling through the trees in a peculiar way. Maybe it was some kind of nocturnal animal, though I couldn't imagine what kind of animal would make a sound like that. I tried to go back to reading, but my focus was shattered. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The silence felt heavy, pregnant with something unseen. Then the whispering started again. This time it was closer, right by the head of my tent. It was still soft, but I could almost make out individual sounds, like the brushing of teeth or the soft clicking of someone's tongue. It was undeniably human-like. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my attempts at logic. I wasn't alone out here, and whatever was outside my tent wasn't just passing by. It was lingering, whispering, just out of sight. I sat up in my sleeping bag, pulling the covers up to my chin. My breath caught in my throat. The whispering stopped abruptly, replaced by a new sound, a soft scratching, as if fingernails were gently scraping against the side of my tent. Panic began to bubble up inside me. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling with the power button. Please have service. The screen flickered to life, displaying the dreaded "no service" message. Of course. In the one moment I truly needed it, I was completely cut off from the world. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, moving along the fabric of the tent, tracing an invisible line just inches from my face. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound, trying to convince myself that it wasn't real, but it was real. I could feel the vibrations through the thin material of the tent. Something was out there. Something was close, and it was whispering and scratching at my fragile barrier against the unknown. The scratching stopped again, replaced by silence, a more profound silence than before, a silence that felt like the world itself was holding its breath. I waited, every muscle in my body tense, listening for any sound, any indication of what was lurking just beyond the nylon walls of my temporary shelter. Then the whispering started again. But this time it was different. It wasn't just a sibilant murmur. This time I could almost make out a word, just one word, whispered so softly it was barely audible, but undeniably there. It sounded like my name. Olivia. The whisper brushed against the fabric of the tent, a ghostly caress that sent shivers down my spine. It was definitely my name. There was no mistaking it. But how? Who could possibly know my name out here, in the middle of nowhere, in the dense fog that had swallowed the entire island? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe I'd mentioned my name to someone at the campground office. Maybe a ranger had checked my registration and was making a routine patrol. But the whisper had been so intimate, so personal. It felt like the voice wasn't just outside my tent, but inside my head. The whispering continued, my name repeated over and over, each repetition a little louder, a little closer, laced with a strange, unsettling cadence. It wasn't threatening, not exactly. It was more curious, like a child repeatedly asking a question they desperately want the answer to. But the effect was terrifying. The isolation, the fog, the disembodied voice whispering my name in the darkness, it was all combining to create a sense of dread that was far more potent than any jump scare or monster reveal could ever be. This was a primal fear, the fear of the unknown, the fear of being watched, the fear of something just beyond the edge of my perception. I pulled my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them, trying to make myself as small as possible. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, as if that could somehow block out the sound, block out the presence that was now so acutely aware of me. The whispering continued, my name a constant, unsettling mantra in the fog-laden night. Olivia, Olivia, Olivia. It was the last thing I heard before I finally succumbed to exhaustion and a fitful, dream-filled sleep. A sleep that offered no respite from the growing terror that had taken root in my mind on the lonely shores of Cavendish Beach. I woke with a start, the first rays of a week, watery sun filtering through the condensation on my tent. The fog hadn't completely lifted, but it had thinned, revealing a landscape still shrouded in a grayish haze, the edges of the trees blurry and indistinct. For a moment, I wondered if the events of the previous night had been a dream, a product of my anxious mind playing tricks on me in the unfamiliar solitude. But the lingering unease in the pit of my stomach, the slight tremor in my hands as I reached for my water bottle, told a different story. The memory of the whispers, the scratching, the sound of my own name hanging in the foggy air, it all felt too real to have been just a nightmare. I cautiously unzipped the tent flap and peered outside. The campsite was quiet. The other tents remained still, their occupants presumably still asleep. There was no sign of anyone lurking nearby, no footprints in the damp soil other than the ones I'd made myself. The normalcy of the morning scene was almost jarring, a stark contrast to the terror I'd felt just hours before. Trying to shake off the lingering fear, I told myself it must have been the wind after all, or maybe some kind of bird call I wasn't familiar with. The whispering of my name that had to have been my imagination, amplified by the isolation and the unsettling atmosphere of the fog. I forced myself to get up and start making breakfast. The routine of boiling water for coffee and preparing a simple meal of oatmeal and fruit helped to ground me, to bring me back to the reality of the present moment. As I ate, I looked out at the still, foggy landscape, trying to find something in the peaceful coastal setting that would dispel the lingering sense of dread. But the beauty of the island seemed to have lost some of its luster. The rolling hills now looked vaguely menacing in the mist. The sound of the waves crashing against the unseen cliffs no longer felt soothing, but carried a hint of something wild and untamed. After breakfast, I decided I needed to get out of the campsite, to immerse myself in the natural beauty of the island, and try to forget the unsettling experience of the previous night. I packed a day pack with water, snacks, and my camera, and set off on a hike along the coastal trail west, hoping the exercise and the scenery would clear my head. The trail wound along the edge of dramatic red sandstone cliffs, offering stunning views of the turbulent Atlantic below. The waves crashed against the rocks with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of white spray into the air. The wind whipped at my clothes, carrying the salty tang of the sea. It was invigorating, and for a while, I managed to push the memory of the whispers to the back of my mind. I walked for hours, stopping occasionally to take pictures of the rugged coastline and the vibrant wildflowers that dotted the landscape. The fog had finally begun to dissipate, revealing patches of blue sky. By midday, the sun was shining brightly, and the island seemed to have returned to its postcard perfect charm. Feeling more relaxed, I found a secluded spot on a rocky outcrop overlooking a small cove and sat down to eat my lunch. The only sounds were the cries of seagulls overhead and the rhythmic crashing of the waves. It was exactly the kind of peaceful solitude I had come here seeking. But as I sat there, enjoying the sunshine and the stunning view, I started to feel a familiar prickle of unease. It was subtle at first, a feeling of being watched, a sense that I wasn't quite as alone as I thought I was. I scanned the surrounding area, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just the empty trail stretching out behind me, the vast expanse of the ocean in front, and the rugged cliffs to either side. I told myself it was just my nerves, the lingering effects of the previous night's scare. I tried to focus on my lunch, but the feeling persisted. It was like there was something just beyond my peripheral vision, something I couldn't quite see, but could definitely sense. Then I heard it again. Faint, almost imperceptible, carried on the wind, a whisper. I froze, my hand halfway to my mouth with a sandwich. I held my breath, straining to hear over the sound of the waves. There was again a soft, sibilant murmur, too faint to make out any words, but undeniably present. It wasn't the wind. The wind was making a different sound, a whistling through the tall grass and the whooshing of air against the cliff face. This was something else, something softer, something closer. I slowly turned my head, scanning the cliffs behind me. Nothing, just the red sandstone, scarred and weathered by centuries of wind and sea. I looked out at the ocean. Nothing but the endless horizon. I looked to my left and my right, along the empty stretch of the trail. Still nothing, but the whispering continued, a constant, unsettling undercurrent to the natural sounds of the coast. It was like someone was standing just a few feet away, speaking in hushed tones, just loud enough for me to hear, but not loud enough to understand. The feeling of being watched intensified. I felt a cold dread creep up my spine, a sense of vulnerability in this vast, open landscape. I was alone, completely isolated, with no one around for miles. If something happened, no one would hear me scream. I quickly packed up my lunch, my movements jerky and hurried. I needed to get back to the campsite, back to the relative safety of other people, even if they were strangers. As I started to walk back along the trail, the whispering seemed to follow me. Sometimes it would fade, almost disappearing entirely, only to return a few moments later, a soft murmur on the edge of hearing. The rest of the hike back to the campground was a blur of mounting anxiety. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that I would see someone or something lurking in the trees or on the cliffs. But there was never anything there. By the time I reached my campsite, I was trembling. The normalcy of the other campers, chatting and laughing around their picnic tables, felt almost surreal. How could they be so carefree when I felt like I was being followed, being watched by something unseen? I retreated to my tent, zipping it shut and sinking down onto my sleeping bag. The thin nylon walls offered little comfort, but at least they provided a sense of enclosure. I sat there for a long time, listening, waiting. The whispering seemed to have stopped, but the feeling of unease lingered. I tried to rationalize what I had heard on the trail. Could it have been the wind playing tricks with the echoes off the cliffs? Could it have been some kind of strange acoustic phenomenon unique to this particular stretch of coastline? I desperately wanted to believe it was something explainable, something natural. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The whispering had felt too deliberate, too close, too personal. As the afternoon wore on, the fog began to roll in again, thicker and more oppressive than the day before. The cheerful atmosphere of the campground seemed to dampen with the growing gloom. People started retreating to their tents and RVs, the sounds of laughter and conversation fading into a muffled hush. I felt a growing sense of dread as the light outside my tent began to dim. The thought of another night alone in the fog, with whatever had whispered my name the night before potentially lurking nearby, filled me with terror. I considered packing up and leaving, driving to the nearest town and finding a motel room. But the thought of driving alone in the thick fog, not knowing what might be out there on the deserted island roads, was equally unsettling. I decided to stay put, at least for one more night. I double-checked that my tent was securely zipped, and I placed my flashlight and my small can of bear spray within easy reach. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. As darkness fell, the fog became so thick I could barely see a few feet beyond my tent. The silence outside was heavy and suffocating, broken only by the occasional distant foghorn. The whispering had not returned, but the absence of sound felt almost more menacing than its presence. It was like something was waiting, listening, just like me. I lay in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding in my chest, every nerve ending on high alert. The slightest sound made me jump. The wind rustling the leaves outside my tent sounded like approaching footsteps. The snap of a twig in the distance sent a jolt of fear through me. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. I tried to distract myself by reading, but my mind kept wandering back to the whispers, to the feeling of being watched. I couldn't shake the sense that I was no longer alone on this island, that something had taken an interest in me, something I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. Just when I thought I couldn't take the silence anymore, I heard it, faint, almost ethereal, like a breath against my ear. Olivia. The whisper was so close this time, so clear. It sounded like it was right outside my tent, maybe even closer, as if someone had pressed their lips to the thin nylon. I gasped, scrambling to sit up in my sleeping bag. My heart was racing, and my breath caught in my throat. The whisper had been so intimate, so personal, it felt like it had reached into my very soul. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. I pointed the beam at the side of the tent where I had heard the whisper. Nothing. Just the damp nylon illuminated by the beam of my light. But the feeling that something was right there, just on the other side, was overwhelming. I held my breath, listening intently. The only sound was the pounding of my own heart. Then I heard it again. A soft scratching, just like the night before, but this time it wasn't on the side of the tent, it was on the roof, right above my head. Slow, deliberate scratches, as if something with sharp claws was slowly, carefully making its way across the top of my tent. Panic seized me. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't an animal. The scratching was too intentional, too thoughtful. Tears welled up in my eyes as pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. I was trapped, alone and vulnerable, in my flimsy nylon tent, with something unknown and malevolent lurking just outside, whispering my name and scratching its way closer. The scratching stopped directly above me. I could feel the weight of whatever it was pressing down on the fabric of the tent, just inches from my face. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for, I didn't even know what. Then, a soft, wet sound, like a sigh or a sob, right above my head. And then, another whisper, so faint I almost missed it. But I didn't. I heard it clearly. Live. The voice was raspy, like it hadn't been used in a long time. It was undeniably human, but with a chilling, otherworldly quality. Leave. The weight on the roof of the tent shifted, and then there was a scraping sound as whatever it was moved away. The scratching resumed, moving towards the edge of the tent, and then silence. A profound, terrifying silence. I lay there, frozen with fear, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. Had it gone? Was it still out there, waiting? I didn't know. And in that moment, the isolation of Prince Edward Island, the peaceful coastal setting that had once seemed so inviting, transformed into the most terrifying place on Earth. I was alone, surrounded by fog and silence, and something out there knew my name and wanted me to leave. And I had no idea why. I lay paralyzed in my sleeping bag for what felt like an eternity, the silence outside my tent amplifying the frantic beating of my own heart. The single word, leave, echoed in my mind, laced with a chilling mixture of sorrow and command. Who or what had spoken? And why did it want me to leave? Slowly, cautiously, I reached for my flashlight and switched it on, the beam shaking as I swept it across the interior of my tent. Everything was as it should be, my backpack in the corner, my clothes neatly folded, my book lying open on my sleeping bag. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to suggest the presence of another being, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air in the tent felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. I could almost feel eyes watching me, even though I couldn't see them. I finally managed to unzip the tent and peer out into the fog. It was still thick, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The campground was eerily silent, the other tents looking like ghostly shapes in the mist. There was no sign of movement, no indication that anyone else had heard or seen anything unusual. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to get out of the tent. My legs felt shaky and unsteady as I stood on the damp ground. The fog swirled around me, a cold, damp embrace that sent shivers down my spine. I needed to get out of here. I couldn't spend another night in this place haunted by whispers and unseen presences. I quickly began to pack up my belongings, my movements driven by a desperate urgency. I didn't care that it was still dark and foggy. I just wanted to leave Cavendish Beach, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever had whispered my name in the night. My hands trembled as I wrestled with the tent poles, my frustration growing with each fumbled attempt. The damp fabric clung to my fingers, making the task even more difficult. Finally, after what seemed like an age, the tent was down and packed away. I loaded my backpack into my car, the metallic clang of the trunk lid echoing in the stillness of the foggy morning. I glanced around the campsite one last time, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over me, relief at leaving, but also a lingering sense of unease and unanswered questions. As I pulled out of the campground and onto the deserted park road, the fog began to lift slightly, revealing glimpses of the coastline. The beauty of the island was still there, but it was now tainted by the fear and uncertainty of my experience. The drive back towards the ferry felt long and surreal. The landscape seemed to watch me, the rolling hills and the red cliffs holding secrets I couldn't comprehend. I kept looking in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me, some shadowy figure emerging from the mist. But there was never anything there. I didn't relax until I was on the ferry, watching the shores of Prince Edward Island recede into the distance. Even then, as I sat in the crowded passenger lounge, surrounded by other people, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had left something behind on that fog-shrouded island, something that had somehow connected with me in a way I didn't understand. Back in Chicago, surrounded by the familiar noise and chaos of the city, the events of my camping trip began to feel like a strange, unsettling dream. Had it all been in my head, had the isolation and the stress of my life back, home conjured up these terrifying experiences. I tried to rationalize it, to find logical explanations for the whispers, the scratching, the voice that spoke my name. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that what I had encountered on Prince Edward Island was something more than just a figment of my imagination. Weeks turned into months. I tried to move on, to put the experience behind me. But every now and then, when I was alone in a quiet place, or when a thick fog rolled in off Lake Michigan, I would remember the whispers, the feeling of being watched, the chilling command to leave. And sometimes, late at night, when the city noise would die down, I would swear I could hear a faint whisper on the wind, a soft, sibilant murmur that sounded just like my name. Olivia, I never went back to Prince Edward Island. The postcard-perfect images that once drew me to its shores now filled me with a sense of dread. The tranquility I had sought had been replaced by a terror that lingered long after I had left. I've tried to tell my story to a few people, but they just looked at me with pity or disbelief. They suggested I see a therapist, that I was probably just stressed and needed to relax. And maybe they're right. Maybe it was all in my head. But sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I think about the unseen presence in the fog, the voice that whispered my name, the chilling command to leave. And I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I had stayed. Perhaps it's better that I don't know. Perhaps some mysteries are best left unsolved, some doors best left unopened. All I know is that my solo camping trip to Prince Edward Island to clear my head did exactly the opposite. It filled it with a terror that will likely stay with me for the rest of my days. And sometimes when the night is quiet and the wind whispers through the trees, I still hear my name, carried on the breeze from a faraway, fog-shrouded shore. Hey, it's Ethan. That's me, Ethan Bellwether. 34 years old, and last time I checked, still moderately sane. My profession, well, I chase rocks for a living. Officially, I'm a geologist. Less officially, and according to my ex-wife, I'm a glorified treasure hunter obsessed with dirt and dusty old formations. Maybe she had a point, but when those dusty old formations tell a story that's billions of years in the making, I tend to get a little enthusiastic. This latest chapter in my geological adventures has landed me in Nunavut, the vast, sparsely populated territory of northern Canada. Imagine a place where the sky seems wider, the silence deeper, and the cold bites with a primal ferocity. That's Nunavut for you. I'm currently stationed about as far from civilization as you can comfortably or uncomfortably, depending on your definition, get. My camp consists of a sturdy, if somewhat cramped, prefabricated cabin that looks like it was airlifted in sometime around the early 90s and then promptly forgotten. It's got the essentials of propane heater that coughs to life with alarming regularity, a small kitchenette that's seen better decades, a cot that's just this side of being a torture device, and enough scientific equipment to make a small university jealous. The reason for my isolation: I'm here on behalf of a privately funded research initiative. The official line is that we're conducting a comprehensive geological survey of this particular region, mapping bedrock, analyzing mineral compositions, and generally trying to piece together the deep history etched into the landscape. The unofficial line, the one whispered in hushed tones back in the sterile conference rooms of our benefactor, is that there are anomalies, unusual magnetic readings, subtle gravitational fluctuations, and seismic echoes that don't quite fit the established patterns. In short, something down there is off, and they're paying me a considerable sum to figure out exactly what off entails. For the past few weeks, my days have settled into a rhythmic pattern dictated by the unforgiving Arctic environment. I wake before dawn, the cabin still shrouded in a pre-light gloom that the weak glow of my headlamp barely penetrates. After a quick, uninspired breakfast of instant coffee and a protein bar that tastes suspiciously like chalk, I bundle up in layers of thermal gear, a thick parka that feels like wearing a sleeping bag, and heavy-duty insulated boots. The outside air hits me like a physical force, a numbing cold that seeps into every exposed inch. My work involves traversing the seemingly endless expanse of frozen tundra. In some areas, the ground is a rugged landscape of exposed rock, wind-scoured and unforgiving. In others, a thick blanket of snow muffles every sound, creating an eerie silence broken only by the crunch of my own boots and the rhythmic whoosh of the wind. I carry a GPS unit, a rock hammer that's been a faithful companion for years, sample bags, and various other geological tools. Each day, I trek out to predetermined grid points, collect rock samples, take readings with my instruments, and meticulously log everything in my waterproof notebook. The landscape here has a stark alien beauty. Jagged peaks pierce the horizon, their snow, capped summits disappearing into the often overcast sky. Glacial valleys carve their way through the land, silent testament to the immense forces that shape this world. Sometimes, if the clouds break just right, the sunlight paints the snow and ice in breathtaking hues of pink and gold. But even in these moments of ethereal beauty, there's an underlying sense of desolation. You're acutely aware of your own insignificance in the face of this vast, indifferent wilderness. Initially, the work was tedious but straightforward. I'd collect my samples, marvel at the ancient history locked within the stones, rocks older than the dinosaurs, older even than the mountains themselves, and then trudge back to the cabin as the weak Arctic sun began its descent. Evenings were spent meticulously cataloging my findings, preparing for the next day's survey, and occasionally indulging in the limited entertainment I'd brought with me, a few downloaded movies on my laptop and a dog-eared collection of classic horror stories. Perhaps not the best reading material for someone alone in the Arctic, but old habits die hard. It was about a week into my stay when things started to feel different. It wasn't anything concrete at first, just a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The silence seemed to deepen, becoming less peaceful and more expectant. The wind, which had been a constant companion, sometimes carried a faint, almost imperceptible whisper that sounded like, well, I couldn't quite place it. It wasn't the sound of the wind itself, but something else, something just beneath the threshold of hearing. My mind, no doubt, playing tricks on me after long days of solitude. Then there were the animals. Or rather, the lack thereof. This far north, you expect to see some wildlife Arctic foxes, perhaps a wandering caribou, maybe even a polar bear venturing inland. But in the area I was surveying, there was nothing. No tracks in the snow, no birds in the sky, no sign of life whatsoever. It was as if the entire region was strangely devoid of fauna. I initially chalked it up to the harshness of the environment, or perhaps a particularly cold snap driving them further south. But as the days turned into weeks, the absence of wildlife became increasingly unsettling. It felt unnatural, like a deliberate avoidance of this particular patch of land. One afternoon, while I was examining an interesting rock outcrop, I noticed something peculiar. Embedded in the ancient bedrock, partially obscured by lichen and weathering, was a series of markings. They weren't fossils, not organic in nature at all. Instead, they looked like symbols. Intricate, geometric patterns that seemed almost deliberately carved into the stone. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, not matching any known geological formations or any indigenous artwork I was familiar with. My heart gave a little thump of excitement. This was it, the kind of unexpected discovery that made all the hardship worthwhile. I carefully cleared away the debris and began sketching the symbols in my notebook, meticulously documenting their size, shape, and arrangement. There were 3 distinct patterns, each unique but sharing a strange, almost unsettling symmetry. One resembled a series of interlocking spirals, another a collection of sharp, angular lines that formed no discernible shape, and the third one was the most disturbing. It looked vaguely like a stylized eye, but with too many facets, too many angles, and an unsettling sense of depth that seemed to stare back at me. I spent the rest of the afternoon photographing and documenting the markings, my mind racing with possibilities. Were they some kind of natural formation I'd never encountered? Or could they be the remnants of some long-lost civilization that once inhabited this desolate region? The latter seemed highly unlikely, given the extreme environment and the remoteness of the location. But the intricate nature of the symbols suggested intelligence, purpose. As the day drew to a close, a thick fog began to roll in, blanketing the landscape in a gray, silent shroud. It seemed to materialize out of nowhere, a dense, swirling mist that obscured the already limited visibility. I knew I had to head back to the cabin before I got completely disoriented. I packed up my gear, my mind still buzzing with the discovery, and started my trek back, my GPS unit my only guide in the oppressive fog. The journey back was eerie. The fog swallowed all sound, amplifying the crunch of my boots to an unnerving degree. Visibility was down to mere feet, and the familiar landmarks of the tundra had vanished in the swirling gray. I felt a prickle of unease, a sense of being watched, even though I knew I was alone. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath waiting. Then I heard it, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine, a sound that had no place in the natural silence of the Arctic. It was a low, guttural hum, almost a vibration, that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. It was faint at first, barely audible above the wind whistling past my parka, but it steadily grew in intensity, resonating deep within my chest. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart pounding. What was that? An earthquake, unlikely given the readings I'd been getting. Some kind of underground machinery. Preposterous, this area was supposed to be completely untouched. The humming continued, a deep, resonant drone that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. It was an unnatural sound, alien and deeply unsettling. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet began to tremble. Not violently, not like an earthquake, but a subtle, rhythmic pulsing, like a giant heartbeat. The humming intensified, rising in pitch and volume, until it filled the air, a cacophony of deep, resonant tones that seemed to claw at my sanity. Panic began to set in. I didn't understand what was happening. The fog swirled around me, the ground vibrated beneath my feet, and that unholy humming filled my ears. I had to get back to the cabin. I turned and started to run, stumbling through the fog, my breath coming in ragged gasps. As I ran, I could have sworn I saw movement in the swirling mist. Fleeting shadows, indistinct shapes that seemed to wreathe and coalesce just at the edge of my vision. I tried to focus to make sense of what I was seeing, but the fog was too thick, the humming too loud, the fear too overwhelming. Then something brushed against my leg, a cold, slick sensation that made me yelp in surprise and stumble. I looked down but saw nothing in the fog. I picked up my pace, desperate to reach the relative safety of the cabin. Finally, through the swirling mist, I saw the faint glow of my cabin window. It was still some distance away, but it was a beacon in the oppressive fog. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs aching. Just as I thought I was in the clear, as the cabin seemed to loom closer, the humming reached a deafening crescendo. The ground beneath my feet buckled, throwing me off balance. I fell hard, landing awkwardly on the frozen ground. As I lay there, stunned and disoriented, the fog around me seemed to thin slightly, and that's when I saw it. Rising out of the ground not 50 feet away was something. It was huge, impossibly large, a dark, amorphous shape that seemed to wreathe and pulse with an inner light. The humming emanated from it, a deep, resonant drone that seemed to vibrate the very air. I couldn't make out any distinct features, but there was a sense of wrongness about it, a fundamental violation of the natural order. And then a single eye opened in the center of the mass. It was the same stylized symbol I had seen carved into the rock, but now it was real, impossibly large, and glowing with an eerie, malevolent light. It fixed on me, and in that moment, I felt a cold dread that went beyond anything I had ever experienced. This was not just something ancient. It was something ancient and utterly, terrifyingly aware, and it knew I was there. That it was like staring into the void before time began. Cold, ancient, and filled with a silent, all-consuming malice that seemed to seep into my very soul. It wasn't just seeing me. It was knowing me, every fear, every secret, laid bare under its unblinking gaze. The sheer alienness of it was paralyzing. My mind, trained to categorize and analyze, could find no framework, no point of reference for what I was witnessing. This wasn't geology, wasn't biology, wasn't anything I could name or understand. It was simply something else, something primordial and profoundly wrong. The humming intensified, morphing into a low, resonant growl that vibrated through the ground and up into my chest. The amorphous mass pulsed, and the single eye seemed to dilate, growing larger, brighter, as if focusing its dreadful attention solely on me. I lay there, frozen, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my body refused to obey. It was as if I was trapped in some kind of waking nightmare, a horror so profound it short-circuited my ability to react. Then, the ground beneath me shifted again, more violently this time. A fissure snaked through the frozen earth, cracking the surface like fragile glass. The movement jolted me out of my paralysis. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my ears, adrenaline surging through my veins. The creature, it was moving. Slowly, ponderously, it began to rise further out of the ground, its immense bulk disturbing the snow and ice around it. I had to get away. I turned and fled towards the cabin, my legs pumping, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The growling behind me intensified, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. I risked a glance back and saw that the creature was indeed following, its massive form lumbering across the tundra with surprising speed. The single eye burned like a malevolent star in the swirling fog. The cabin felt like an eternity away. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest, but I didn't dare stop. The image of that eye, that ancient hateful gaze, was burned into my mind, driving me forward with sheer terror. I could feel the vibrations in the ground behind me, the relentless approach of something monstrous and inescapable. Finally, I reached the cabin. I fumbled with the latch, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the cold metal. The growling was getting closer, louder, the ground trembling with each ponderous step of the creature. With a desperate lunge, I threw the door open and stumbled inside, slamming it shut behind me. I fumbled with the bolt, my fingers slipping on the icy metal. Just as I managed to slide it into place, there was a sickening thud against the door, followed by a low, guttural moan that seemed to resonate through the very walls of the cabin. I backed away from the door, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the small interior of the cabin as if it could somehow offer me salvation. The flimsy wooden walls seemed woefully inadequate against the immense power of whatever was outside. The moaning continued, punctuated by heavy scraping sounds against the exterior of the cabin. It sounded like claws. Immense, powerful claws dragging against the wood. I huddled against the far wall, my heart pounding, every nerve in my body screaming. I had to think. I couldn't just cower here and wait for whatever was outside to break in. I needed a plan, some way to defend myself, to escape. My eyes fell on my equipment cases. Inside, amongst the geological tools and sampling gear, was a flare gun. Not exactly a weapon against something like that, but it was better than nothing. I scrambled towards the case, my hands still shaking, and ripped it open. My fingers closed around the cold metal of the flare gun. It felt flimsy and inadequate, but the small comfort of having something, anything, to fight back with was enough to give me a sliver of resolve. I loaded a flare, my movements clumsy and hurried. The scraping sounds outside intensified, and I could hear the wood of the cabin groaning under some immense pressure. Whatever it was trying to get in. I crept to the window, my heart pounding, and cautiously peered out through a gap in the condensation. The fog was still thick, but I could make out a massive, dark shape pressing against the side of the cabin. Tentacles, thick as tree trunks, ripped against the wood, their surfaces slick and glistening. And then the eye. It was right there, inches from the window, its malevolent light piercing through the glass. I recoiled in horror, stumbling back from the window. The scraping stopped, replaced by a moment of unnerving silence. Had it gone? Was it waiting? The silence was almost worse than the noise, amplifying the frantic beating of my own heart. Then, with a sickening crack, the door splintered. A massive tentacle, thick and black, snaked its way through the widening gap, its surface covered in rows of razor-sharp suckers. I cried out in terror, scrambling back further into the cabin. The tentacle read, searching its tip brushing against my equipment case. I knew it was only a matter of seconds before it found me. I raised the flare gun, my hand trembling, and aimed it at the point where the tentacle entered the cabin. With a deep breath, I squeezed the trigger. The flare exploded with a deafening crack, a brilliant burst of red light filling the small cabin. The tentacle recoiled violently, hissing and withdrawing back through the shattered door. It was only a momentary reprieve. I knew that the creature wouldn't be deterred for long. The flare had probably only annoyed it. I had to get out of the cabin. It was no longer a sanctuary, it was a trap. I looked around frantically, searching for another way out. There was a small emergency exit in the back of the cabin, a narrow hatch that was barely big enough to squeeze through. It was a long shot, but it was my only chance. I grabbed my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and scrambled towards the back of the cabin, dodging the probing tentacle that was once again snaking its way through the broken door. The hatch was secured by a series of rusty latches. My fingers fumbled with them, my desperation giving me a surge of strength. Finally, with a groan of protesting metal, the latches gave way. I pulled open the hatch, revealing a narrow opening that led out into the swirling fog. Without hesitation, I squeezed through the opening, scraping my arms and legs against the rough edges of the metal. I tumbled out onto the snow-covered ground, landing in a heap. I scrambled to my feet and looked back at the cabin. The massive creature was beginning to tear through the front door, splintering the wood like toothpicks. I didn't have a moment to lose. I turned and ran, plunging into the dense fog, the growling and scraping sounds echoing behind me. I had no idea where I was going, no sense of direction in the disorienting mist. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I couldn't run anymore. I stumbled and fell, collapsing onto the snow, gasping for breath. The growling behind me seemed to be fading, but I knew it wouldn't be gone for long. It was out there, somewhere in the fog, hunting me. I lay there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, the cold seeping into my clothes. I had to keep moving. I couldn't stay here. I forced myself to my feet and started to walk, blindly stumbling through the fog. The silence had returned, but it was a different kind of silence now, a heavy, oppressive quiet that felt pregnant with menace. Every rustle of the wind, every snap of a twig under my boots sent a jolt of fear through me. Then I saw something in the fog, a faint light flickering in the distance. It was too dim to be the sun, too unsteady to be the moon. Could it be another cabin, a sign of civilization? Hope, a feeling I thought I'd lost, flickered within me. I started to move towards the light, my pace quickening with each step. As I got closer, the light grew brighter, revealing its source. It wasn't a cabin, it was a fire. A large bonfire blazing in the middle of the desolate tundra. But that wasn't the strangest part. Gathered around the fire were figures, tall, gaunt shapes that moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. They were huddled around the flames, their backs to me, their forms partially obscured by the flickering light and the swirling fog. Who were they? Were they friendly? Could they help me? Or were they something else entirely? A sense of unease washed over me, a feeling that I was stepping out of one nightmare and into another. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach them, or turn and flee back into the relative safety of the fog. But the thought of that thing behind me, that ancient, malevolent eye, spurred me forward. Desperate for any sign of human contact, I started to walk towards the fire, hoping against hope that these figures were my salvation and not something far, far worse. As I drew closer to the fire, the details of the figures began to sharpen through the swirling fog. They were indeed tall, unnaturally so, their limbs long and spindly. They were clad in what appeared to be ragged furs, though these coverings seemed less like clothing and more like extensions of their gaunt forms. Their movements were jerky and uneven, as if their joints were misaligned or broken. The air around the fire crackled with an unnatural heat, and a strange, pungent odor hung in the air, something akin to burnt bone and something else, something vaguely metallic and unsettlingly sweet. It made my stomach churn. As I stepped into the flickering light of the bonfire, the figures turned to face me. My blood ran cold. They weren't human. Not entirely. Their faces were long and cadaverous, their skin stretched taut over sharp, angular bone structures. Their eyes were large and black, devoid of pupils, reflecting the firelight with an eerie intensity. Their mouths were thin, stretched into what might have been smiles, but which looked more like rictus grins, revealing rows of small, needle-like teeth. A low, guttural chattering rippled through the group as they turned towards me, their black eyes fixated on my every move. They didn't speak in any language I recognized, but their voices were like the grinding of stones, a dry, rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. One of the figures, slightly taller and gauner than the rest, stepped forward. Its movements were even more unnatural than the others, its limbs bending at impossible angles. It reached out a long, skeletal hand towards me, its fingers tipped with sharp, black claws. I recoiled instinctively, fear gripping me like a vise. These weren't saviors, they were something else, something twisted and horrific. The creature from the ground, could it have something to do with these things? The gaunt figure continued to advance, its chattering growing louder, more insistent. The other figures began to close in around me, their black eyes gleaming in the firelight. I was trapped. My mind raced, searching for any means of escape. The flare gun was still clutched in my hand, but I had only one flare left. It had barely deterred the massive creature outside. It would be useless against these things. Then I remembered the rock carvings, the symbols I had found earlier in the day, especially that unsettling eye symbol. As I looked at these creatures, at their gaunt faces and their black, pupilless eyes, a horrifying realization began to dawn. The stylized eye, it wasn't just a symbol. It was a representation, a crude depiction of them. A wave of nausea washed over me as the pieces began to fall into place. The unusual geological readings, the absence of wildlife, the ancient carvings, this place wasn't just remote, it was sacred. Or rather, it was defiled. I had stumbled upon something ancient, something malevolent, and these things, they were its servants, its guardians. The tall figure reached me, its cold, skeletal fingers brushing against my arm. I flinched away, a strangled cry escaping my lips. The chattering of the other figures intensified, and they began to move closer, their unnatural limbs reaching for me. I knew I couldn't fight them all. My only chance was to run. I spun around and plunged back into the fog, away from the fire, away from those horrific eyes. The chattering followed me, echoing through the mist, punctuated by the sound of their jerky, uneven footsteps behind me. I ran blindly, stumbling over unseen obstacles, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had no idea where I was going, but anywhere was better than being caught by those things. Then I heard it again, the deep, resonant growl. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble. The massive creature from the earth, it was still out there, and it had found me again. Panic overwhelmed me. I was caught between two nightmares, hunted by the ancient entity from the ground and its grotesque servants. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I stumbled and fell, landing hard on the frozen ground. I looked up and saw the faint glow of the single, massive eye piercing through the fog. It was closer now, impossibly close. The growling intensified, and the ground buckled beneath me. The fog seemed to wreathe and distort around the massive form of the creature as it loomed over me. I could feel its cold breath on my face, a chilling gust that carried the stench of earth and something ancient and foul. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. This was it. This was how it ended. Alone in the desolate Arctic wilderness, consumed by something older than time itself. But then silence. The growling stopped. The ground stopped trembling. I cautiously opened my eyes. The massive creature was still there, its immense form blocking out the already limited light. But it wasn't moving. The single eye, which had been burning with such malevolent intensity, was now dim, almost lifeless. Confused and terrified, I tried to understand what was happening. Then I noticed the chattering. It was louder now, more agitated. The gaunt figures from the fire were emerging from the fog, their black eyes fixed on the massive creature. They began to converge on it, their jerky movements surprisingly swift. They swarmed over its immense form, their skeletal hands reaching out, their needle-like teeth gnashing. The creature let out a low, mournful groan, a sound of immense pain and perhaps fear. I watched in horrified fascination as the gaunt figures seemed to consume the creature. They tore at its flesh, their movements frenzied and desperate. The air filled with the sickening sounds of tearing and rending. Slowly, the massive form began to shrink, to dissipate, as if it was being absorbed by the smaller, more numerous figures. The glow of the single eye faded completely, and soon there was nothing left but a dark, viscous stain on the snow. The gaunt figures then turned their attention back to me. Their black eyes, still reflecting the eerie firelight, held a different kind of intensity now. Not the same malevolent hunger from before, but something colder, more calculating. The tall figure stepped forward again, its movements slow and deliberate. It reached out a skeletal hand, and this time it didn't recoil when it touched my arm. Its grip was surprisingly strong, its cold fingers like iron bands. It began to pull me to my feet, its touch sending a shiver of dread through me. The other figures closed in around us, their silent presence more terrifying than their earlier chattering. They began to move, pulling me along with them, back towards the fire. I tried to resist, to pull away, but their grip was too strong. I was powerless in their grasp. As they dragged me towards the fire, I looked back at the spot where the massive creature had been. There was no trace of it left, only the dark stain on the snow. The gaunt figures continued to pull me forward, their black eyes fixed on some unseen point beyond the flames. I had survived one nightmare, only to be dragged into another. What did these things want with me? What unholy purpose did they have in store? As we reached the fire, and the flickering light illuminated their gaunt faces, I saw something in their black eyes that chilled me to the bone. It wasn't just malice, it was a terrible, ancient hunger, and I had a sickening feeling that I was about to become their next meal. The secrets of this frozen land were indeed deadly, and I had only just begun to unearth them.